And we're live. Hello. And of course, that is so weird. Why does it always show that little notification? My Ethernet cable is connected. Why are you saying that my Wi-Fi is shitty? It's not. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Apparently the US has the worst Wi-Fi speed than anything because of, I don't know, I think it's like third-party, I don't know, data collectors or some shit. I can't remember the John Oliver, right? Last week tonight, talking about data collectors or whatever. I can't remember what the video was called. But anyways, that's not what we're going to talk about today. We are going to try and talk about things that we don't like about tarot. Or, well, just in general, anything, honestly. I was thinking of some sort of a title to say, but I couldn't think of anything good. But yeah. Hello, Maria. So yeah, we're not going to do readings today. No readings. I should make a banner or something. Is there a banner? Yeah, we're going to do it here. Here we go. I mean, it's a ticker, and people don't pay attention to the ticker, but it's something. I say random chat, but really, I'm going to try and keep it focused on the negatives here. You know, as a pessimist in naturally, I feel like tarot doesn't really get enough negative criticism, but I think it's because most of the time, it's always kind of been negatively criticized and kind of viewed, less than or looked down upon, which again, don't blame them. So yeah, but we'll see what we talk about, what else we will talk about, who knows what we'll talk about. Hey, did I curse in the they say you're not supposed to curse in the first 5 minutes, but you know what, these days who cares, I'm wearing my new glasses. They're pretty much the exact same as my old glasses, but they're like, when I got them on and I got them like, when they fixed them to fit my head, they kind of made it a little too tight, and so it's like pushing against my skull right on this part behind my ear, and it's kind of making it a little sore, so I may have to go back and get it fixed. But I've had these glasses since, like, when did I have these new glasses? Like, years? No, not years. For a long time, almost a year, I think. But I just didn't wear them because my old glasses were still, they're the same prescription, same everything, and here we are, And I was like, let's wear these new ones. I can still wear the old ones, and I'm like, maybe I should just wear the old ones. But I'm like, look at how shiny and new they are, I was like, let's just wear the new, But anyways. Just waiting on chat. Waiting. What I should have done, and this is what I usually do when I want to have these types of chats, I usually schedule them a week ahead, so people are aware at least. But it is what it is. I was like, I'm gonna try and go live, but I don't want to do readings, so I just want to chat. It's been a while since I've done a chat like this. Who knows if I'll even leave it up? I don't know. We'll see. Where's the box to this? I want to put this away. Putting away some decks. So yeah. But anyways, I also wanted to like have a topic so that the chat could also put in their 2 cents and, say like, oh, this is what I think or whatever, because I need discourse. It's been forever since I've done something like this. When was the last video I did like this? It's been a while. Thank you, Moon Empath, and hello, Moon Empath. By the way, hi, Moon Empath. Thank you, Maria. I try to, I try to get it, but it's usually like I want to have my thoughts collected and focused, because if not, chat's just gonna overtake it. But then sometimes I just want, uh, the chat to kind of guide me through, and just like I just react to chat or just converse with chat. But yeah, Hello, Maria, and the two other peeps. Yeah. So yeah. Hello, Darcy. How are you? Uh, but yeah, let's see. It's going to be cardstock. Oh God, most I'm. You see, at first I was a picky cardstock person. Like I was like, this cardstock's terrible. It was Llewellyn's. Now I'm like actually like the thin Llewellyn cardstock. I'm like, I get it now. But either way, I'm still not that picky about cardstock as long as I can shuffle it, you know? Oh, now we're getting into the topics. Now that Moon Path is bringing it, but we'll start with this though. What Darcy's saying. Let me vent. Let me take hold of the chat and vent. Because then we have decks like I don't know what decks. The one that I always go to is like the true black. Is it called true black or the black? Let me get it. I have it. Let's see. But here's the thing. I don't know if you guys can hear me over there, but here's the thing. Like when people say, "Oh, nice thick cardstock," and they say the GSM, like they know what they're talking about. No, only recently have we we finally get the answers to our questions. That's so firm. Yeah, it's like it's a really stiff shuffle. There's no pliability, there's no flexibility, but it's still a beautiful deck. Still a beautiful deck. I mean, though simple, I don't know. I think there's something to it. There's something to tarot imagery to talk about as well. That's one thing, yeah. But anyways, back to cardstock. The only recently, with thanks to Lisa Papez, right? What's her name? I forgot her actual channel name, but she finally like got all these like cardstocks and all like a good explanation. Like she finally explained it, and let me, yeah, there we go. Focus on me, camera. She finally like explained different cardstocks, but here's the thing, is like once you intermix and you change things and you add things, with lamination and the cardstock and the size of the cards, and I don't know what else, but it all affects how the cards will feel, especially, and this also goes to each person is going to feel it differently. Like, I have pretty big hands, pretty strong hands. I can riffle shuffle true black, okay? Like I can get it, but it's tight. And even with the rose petal finish, I like rose petal. I like the feel of it. I like the look of it. It's perfectly matte. It really works well with the true black, especially because it has those glossy details in there. But yeah, let's see. Imagery is, yeah. Yeah, I don't like the cardboard cardstock. I have yet to find anything that's cardboardy cardstock ish. I don't know. I don't like honestly. It's honestly, I'm not that picky with cardstock anymore. I think I just want the cards to hold up and to be able to be riffle shuffled and overhand shuffled. Which, I mean, all cards can be overhand shuffled. But if it can't be riffle shuffled, why are you making a deck? Like here's a good example. I love this deck. On first impressions, I haven't worked with it much, so let me just put that big disclaimer out there. I don't want to like be like throwing shade at it or anything, even though I've critiqued it. Like, come on, let's work on those lids, people. This is too big. I can't shuffle this. I like to shuffle all the cards together, and this is a tarot and an oracle deck. and this is impossible for me to shuffle. And I'm like, okay, maybe we should have gone down a size. It's like cut off a centimeter or so, because I can't it's too wide and it's too thick. It's too big, you know. I have to take out, and even when I take out all the oracle cards, I still can't shuffle it. I have to cut the deck in half and shuffle the separate stacks separately to be able to shuffle that. Oh, this is the nameless one, by the way. Let me just show it right here. Which is it's a really cool deck. The idea behind it is really cool. The imagery is gorgeous. But yeah. Let's see. Amethyst says, cardstock depends on your individual practice. I stopped riffle shuffling in the very beginning when I discovered I had a valuable blushing fool. This deck also has cardstock with a great feel. Like I said, I'm pretty sure those decks that were made are probably made with good cards. I don't know. I don't have a blushing fool. The only one that I have is, where is it? I don't know where I put it, but it's that pink Ankh back, vintage, really old. I riffle shuffled that. That thing holds up well. And I didn't know how old it was, or how sought after it was, because it was literally the first tarot deck that I got, and so but I riffle shuffled it, and I still riffle shuffle it, but I don't use it though. I use this guy, Plastic Rider-Waite Smith, or the AGM Crackleback reprint, whatever that they did. But yeah, that's what I do. Let's see, what else did she say? That is when I started being aware of how touch makes a difference for me. For many others, being able to riffle shuffle is paramount. Oh yeah, how it feels, honestly. Yeah, how a deck feels, like from the size to the weight to the texture. Yeah, it definitely affects in a way, but it's not the end all be all, Let's see. Moon Empath says, let's see. I have a failsafe shuffle for hugs cards, but it's not riffle shuffle, which makes me a bit sad, honestly. Oh, for huge. Wait, what is this? Oh, for hugs. Oh, for huge cards. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. I have a failsafe shuffle for huge cards. That's not. Yeah. I mean, it's usually like they do the waterfall or even the corner, like here the Thoth large size, which I think is the standard size in my opinion. Like, but I'll riffle shuffle it like this, vertically, like that, rather than top to bottom. These ends, I shuffle it by this end. So yeah, that's what I do. But anyways, enough about that. There's other topics here. There was another topic that we got into. Where is it? Let's see. Here we go. Let's talk about this here. Let's talk about this. I've only ever seen one overpriced deck, in my opinion. And I haven't been able to find it again since. I saw it on a Facebook group, and I just remembered commenting, like, I don't know. So I just remember commenting that GIF because someone like posted like, oh, I really like it or whatever, and it's like super expensive, and I was like, let me tell you, it was the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It was hideous. I said, y'all better tell her something before I do, because I'm gonna hurt her feelings or something like that. Because that was it. It was bad. It was bad. It was like Rider-Waite Smith, but like weird CGI, photographic, realistic type of imagery, and like the people looked all weird. I didn't. It just no. Which I get it. Beauty is subjective, but let me tell you, this was bad, and they were charging like $100 for it. Marigold tarot. They're marigolds. Let me see this one. I think I know which one. It's the one with the skeletons, right? And it's black and white. Listen here. I think Marigold is beautiful, but let me tell you, I think we have enough black and white skeleton decks. I think we have enough of those, you know. Uh, but I remember seeing it. I don't remember it being super expensive. Oh, a guide. The guidebook is $26. We need prices here, but $26 and looks like a hardcover guidebook. Okay. But I want to see a little bit more of the pictures. What's that? Wait, is that? Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the cards here that someone posted. Oh my god. The box set is like, oh my god. Oh, for the gold gilded edition, it's only 65. It's not too bad. As independent with a nice box with gold on the front and on the side and on the sides, right? You know, it's well, I'm not sure if the gold is gold or it's just like like a dull metallic. Let's see, I tested riffle shuffling after deck. You probably have a very chunky riffle shuffle. But that's why I also overhand and I riffle shuffle to make sure. But for the most part, as long as you're getting those one-to-one type of shuffles, amethyst, then you're getting, like to me that's a good chunk right there. Like I know that's, well, you can see a chunk right there, but still. Oh, that's true. It's probably 65 plus. Like if you're like, I don't know where they're shipping from. Let me see. Location, where are you? Canada. Okay. Yeah, if you're like overseas, then that's probably going to be. Well, again, I'm pretty sure if I were to order it, it'd probably be like $13 shipping. I think. I'm probably wrong on that. It's probably going to be a little more, probably way more. Oh, look at that. A cloth. That is a nice cloth. Oh, hi, kitty. There's a little kitty here. I try to show you, but I don't want to scare it. Oh, it's walking away. Oh no, I was gonna get the camera to show you guys. It was just looking at it. Oh, hi. Okay, anyways. Wait. Yeah, oh, that looks really nice. But anyways, enough of that. I do decks are expensive for a reason. Oh yeah. Deck of the Bastard was also expensive for me. Conversion from US to PHP is killer. What is that? PHP. Where are you located, Moon Empath? Because I'm sure if you're in Australia, not you, Moon Empath, but I'm saying in general to anyone that's like in Australia, I know Australia, New Zealand, like it's ridiculous. Let's see what else. I thought they had like holographic versions of it, but no, there's just sticker packs. Marigold tarot pouch. What I like about this is that it doesn't say marigold on it. It just has the gold design on it. I should actually just share the link to the website so you guys see what I'm talking about. Oh, from the Philippines. Okay, I was gonna say a PHP. I'm like, is that Philippines? There we go. So if I don't know if that link works, but I have to remember what's the setting, but but yeah. So yeah, I think but to bring it back, I don't think decks are overpriced. I think back before like back in 2019, I'm not sure. I'd say like before before 2019, I think decks were being underpriced, and I think a lot of people were barely making it. Deck creators were barely making back whatever they put into making those decks. I have the Marigold. I never use it. But it isn't fully illustrated in the Minor Arcana. I mean, it's illustrated. Those are illustrated. They drew that. But I know what you mean. They're not scenic. There's no scenes going on. So you gotta, yeah. Yeah. But again, I feel like, I don't know, there's something about, I don't know, like that Empress is gorgeous. Gorgeous, darling. But again, it looks samey, you know, it looks, I don't know, there's no pizzazz to it or something. But again, the bag and the cloth look really cool. But either way, enough talking about a specific deck. Let's get back to in general here. I do too. I have a whole tub under my bed of decks that I'm selling, and I also have these up here that I'm gonna get rid of. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's a lot. I mean, this, where is she? I have her. This one I think is well worth it. How much did I pay for this? Let me check this. This is one of my favorites that I got from Make Playing Cards, and the cardstock is very standard. It's like a standard smooth playing card. Let's see. Oops, sorry, what? No? No? Am I mistaken in what I'm looking for? Is it gone? No? Did she take it down? What's going on here? Maybe she moved it to GameCrafter then? It's on GameCrafter for $40. Yeah, but I'm talking about the Mariloon here. I can't remember how much I paid for it. This is great. This deck is great. You know? And I paid, it wasn't the cheapest, but it's worth it, you know. Let's see, what's the deck that's all holographic, comes in different colorways? I'm not sure what you might be talking about. I got it from Make Playing Cards, but I'm looking, but it's not on Make Playing Cards anymore. Here's the, I think this is the artist, right? Clary Sage Moon. Yeah. Oh wow. I wanted to make more. I wanted to make more stuff. Let's see. Yeah, she has an Etsy shop. I think she's just selling prints. Not the actual deck, but let's see. No, it's kind of like the Golden Thread. Oh, wait. Threads of Fate, right? Is that what you're talking about? So that right there is mostly because of the materials that they use. So a lot of it is like super eco-friendly and like specific inks and all that. How? How the hell? What? Thank you, Amethyst. Thank you for clearing that up. I should follow her on Instagram. She's really, I like her art. Very simple, very clean. This is the type of simple that I like, Mariloon. Not minimalist, you know. But anyways, but yeah, yeah, okay. Well, hopefully it gets back on there. Well, unless GameCrafter improved, but on this, you know, again, it's indie producer, cardstock itself, the materials used in it and how they made it was very, very eco-friendly, and not a lot of people buy into that. So a lot of people charge much more for that. I'm not sure what else, but yeah, and how they print it makes it more expensive. Um, so yeah, which again, there are decks that come with like, again, it's yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Do you guys have an issue with buying and then purging decks? That's literally what I'm doing right now. I'm I'm literally purging right now. But I think it's like, if you get it, and it's I think the issue is when you're holding on to them, and you're not using them. It's time to move them along to someone else. But again, if it's but the thing is I think eventually, in terms of like purging, how are you purging it? Like are you selling them? Trying to resell them, get a little bit of money back, something. Or are you, trading or gifting them, which is probably better, uh, but yeah, I may trade what I have for other decks that I may be curious about instead of buying new ones. But for the most part, all the decks that I want to trade for are usually decks that people don't have, or I'd have to trade like all of like a bunch of decks that I don't want for just one of them, which I'm very much more happy to do. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah. But anyways, but for the most part, right now prices are going up, and honestly, I don't complain too much about it, because if I really like, I'm gonna I like I kind of learned that with Baba Studio decks, but like that's even they've kind of dropped in quality. But anyways, but anyway, Amethyst, you're one of the things that you keep kind of pointing out is like the white border being a bad thing, and it's like, or a thing that devalues it, and it's like, on one hand I get it, but on the other hand, I don't really think that's a reason for something to be like, oh, it's worth this much and it still has a white border. Like, no, that doesn't affect the price, I think. Yeah, I think that's the key here. I just want to get my money's worth. Yeah. If it's a bunch of money, but like you buy it and you actually like it and enjoy it, and like, again, right here, this is one of my most expensive decks that I own, and I knew I was going to pay that much for it, and I saved up for it, and I got it, luckily I got it. um but but this is probably like the best like $200 I've ever spent. Oops, I said how much I paid for it, but still. uh you see, girl, now we're getting into the tea. We get into some tea. I have to send back my my large format one, because the gilding it's very lacking. You see, now here's the thing with the Dior. I think I paid the same amount for the Dior, and you know what? It's I don't want to use it because it's even way more high up in the air in terms of availability compared to Tarot of Delphi. Tarot of Delphi, there's a small possibility of it being reprinted, but Dior, there's like zero information on it. Like it's very like, and it never pops up on eBay, never. But anyways, but yeah, I totally agree. Amethyst, like the wood box is just plain inside, and I think it would have benefited from you know, just a little something like a liner, like a velvet or a silk lining or something, you know, uh, something, I don't know, or painted inside as well, coated inside as well. I think that would have been nice, you know, and guess what? I would have paid for it. You know, I would have given the money, you know. Um, Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, sometimes yeah, like it's ever so slightly thicker. I know, Radiant. I know what you're talking about the Radiant. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is average. This is acceptable. But the other one is just ever so slightly off. Like when you see an image mirrored, you know, when they flip an image, so like what's on the left is on the right, and on the right is on the, you know what I mean? And it looks weird. Um, I like that the cold stuffing is that thick. I hate the box. The box is like a nice thought and a nice touch, but you know, really, it's, and it's beautiful on the outside. But when you, and I will say I mean, like, it could have. It's a little. I want a little more. I don't know. I want a little more. You know. Um, but I say they peaked. I fear Baba Studios peaked with the second edition Victorian Romantic. You know. Um, yeah, yeah. Same, same, same. The wood box doesn't fit. Oh, in the bags? No. Which girl? Why are you putting the boxes in the bags? Girl, why are you putting the boxes in the bags? Why are you doing that? Why are you out here doing that? I only look at which, again, Bubba Studio bags, which, you know, which is one thing. Yeah. Anyways. I find that very strange. I wouldn't put. I'm not gonna put this in the box in the bag. I wouldn't even keep it out of the box. I'm gonna keep it in the box. You know what I mean? It's practical. But yeah. Let's see. I think more people are learning about like no more excessive borders though. Schiffer, you learned your lesson with the Star Tarot, which I'd pull it out, but I'll pull it out right now. I love fold over. I love these. I love these way more than drawstring bags. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love them way more. Look at that. I just think it fits better. I have almost. I think I'm only missing 2 out of the collection. 3? 3, yeah. Yeah, but you know, I'm fine with whatever. You know, I'm fine with it. You know, I think down the line I'll probably move along my Tarot of Prague. What? What? It's very strange to me. I make my own. I should make. Show me your designs, Darcy. Show me. Show me. I need to see. Also, by the way, speaking of overpriced decks, and you don't want to pay so much, but honestly, let me tell you, Lillifer Tarot. I just got it right a few days ago. I'm shuffling it. It's really nice. It's a nice size. It's a nice cardstock. It's thick, pliable, matte finish, but protective. It feels like a Curious Oracle, but so far it's not peeling like a Curious Oracle. But right now they are having like a sale on damaged decks that they have. They're like, the boxes are damaged, the decks are fine. And like I picked the medium option and I was like $23, I think. And it's so far it's great. I might do that, Maria. But it's so much. I'd probably do it live and go through, or maybe I don't know. We'll see. Because yeah. which also there are a few like typos as well in this deck. Like not typos but errors. Like the Queen of Swords has Cancer as the correspondence to it, even though like she doesn't do the air water switch as some systems do. um what else? There's a few other ones that they like point out. But anyways, but yeah, what I'm probably gonna do with the decks that I'm moving on is probably just get them and probably either donate them to the local metaphysical shop here or give them to a few people I know here. But we'll see. We'll see what I do. Oh no. You see, that's why I make sure to get very unique bags and to match up the deck to the pattern of the bag. So that I know, like, so that, they look similar enough so that I can point them out. I'm still looking for them. I'm still looking for like some bag patterns to match better with certain decks. But for the most part, like, I always use the Mariloon and this pattern that Baba Studios had, which I didn't really care for this pattern when I first saw it on their website, but it just matched perfectly. And I was like, it fits. Marielle goes in this one, you know? Make a spreadsheet hack. Maybe I have something you want and vice versa. Let me know. Let me know. I'd be willing to trade. I think I'd be more open to trading so I don't exceed, but for the most part, downsizing because, yeah. Oh, thank you for. I'm very, 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 very picky with the patterns that I want, because I will say one of the big complaints that I have is that I feel like a lot of tarot bag producers don't like find nice patterns. Like, I don't know. I'm very much like, even though this is like vintage Japanese silk, I mean, maybe they just don't make fabric patterns like they used to. Like, hello. But not even that. Like, I like even. Let me see. Let me pull this one out. This is a good example. Oh, these are good too. Like even something like this, you know. And here's the inside. Speaking of which, speaking of the Star Tarot. This is where I put the Star Tarot in. Look at how nice that is. I use silk mostly. Well, let me know. Let me know what you have. Oh right. T. Chang. She does, fabrics. She has really nice fabrics as well. This is one of Baba Studio bags that I really, really was looking for. I was like looking at it and I totally missed out on it. And someone put it on sale on eBay and I bought it immediately. So yeah, this is one that I love. But anyways, we're getting off topic here. Back to the prices. Back to why do things cost so much? But oh yeah, T. Susan Chang does similar patterns. Paisley, I think is what it's called, or brocade, or I don't know. I don't know my fabric lingo. But she's on Etsy as Tarotista, and she also does like kind of fold over pouches, but they're more squarish, they're more cube like in their shape, and so they're more like they're more boxy in a way rather than envelope style. Brocade, yeah. T. Susan Chang, she is the host of Fortune's Wheelhouse podcast. She wrote Tarot Deciphered, 36 Secrets. Where is it? I don't have it. Oh, it's in my backpack. I don't want to get it. But she wrote Tarot Correspondence. Check her out. She got a lot of stuff. She good. I also kind of pay over $20 for a bag for all my decks. Oh, those bags gotta send it that. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it for all my bags. No, for all my decks. No. Very special decks, and also like indie decks that come in like those big boxes with books, or don't come with tuck boxes, and I had to find a bag for them. That I put those in there, like you know. Oh, she does. Like, go visit her and tell her I said hi. I'm just kidding. Don't. That's weird. Um, you know, uh, these back, yeah, like those back, and also like for the most part, like if you collect, you're gonna get those extra bags that decks come with, and like Usi always sends those bags, and I don't keep the Usi decks in those bags. I keep other decks in those bags. I know she is Darcy. But yeah, but I'm not, but only very specific decks, earn the Baba Studio luxury luxury suites that are the fold-over pouches, you know. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I heard, yeah. Oregon, yeah. The world is small. Yeah, I've like now that I've kind of been socializing a bit more, I've kind of met a few more local people here that are doing tarot. But well, a few, very few, but still, hopefully it grows. Hopefully it grows, and I have people to, make connections with and talk tarot about, and work with in a way, and really establish a tarot scene maybe here, but who knows? Who knows? Um, but yeah. Yeah, let's see. What else? What else is there that we don't like about tarot? Mostly, we've mostly talked about, you know, uh, I don't know what, like buying and collecting tarot, but like that's kind of like I have my own qualms. It's just that in itself, the consumerist, it's. I think the problem with it is that consumerism is what's keeping tarot alive, and and it's unfortunate that that's what it takes to keep it alive. You know what I mean? Hello, Igor C. How are you? Because let me tell you, consumerism brings out the ugly in people. Let's be real. Like how people reacted with this. I loved the drama, seeing people, you know, go wild over this. I was like, y'all really gonna get mad at, a one person project. Well, I think it's the creator and their partner that helped, but still, it was wild, some of the comments that I saw on people frustrated on not being able to get this deck, and this is honestly, this deck, let me tell you, I was in a funk about doing readings. I didn't want to do readings for, like, it was it comes and goes, let's be honest. Like, all this week I did readings every night, and then uh and then like the past few weeks, like barely anything. I barely did any readings. But I was in one of those moods, like not wanting to do readings. Got this deck. This bitch made me want to do some readings. It made me want to pull her out and start reading and doing readings with that. Oh, thank you, Peekaboo Rose. How are you, Peekaboo Rose? How are you? And thank you. I like it. It's me. Even though it was fun with my long hair, but yeah. Yeah, thank you, Igor. Let's see. I don't like how tarot is like the Call of Duty. It literally is in that deck. Yeah, it's the same thing. US Games is criminal about this. Like, again, the plastic one, which, okay, I got it, but like I'm not gonna buy the lavender sepia tone that they did. I'm not gonna get the, like, every single different version, the Dirty Pam, this version, that it. We've seen it. I've done it enough. Okay. Enough. Like Malibu Stacy with a new hat. But yeah, it is like the Call of Duty. It is like the chicken sandwich, the fried chicken sandwich. Every single freaking fast food chain has a chicken sandwich. Like, I don't care anymore. Like, okay. And no shade to the Dirty Pam if you guys like it, but it's just like, let's be real, I kind of like the loud yellow box colors, like, and I also like the H.G. Mueller. I go back and forth. It's whatever I want, but I'm not like trying to collect all of them, That's for other people to do, like Moon Baby, which shout out to Moon Baby, who's doing a Kickstarter for the second Moon Baby Tarot, for the Kickstarter which is the Hoi Polloi, but redone. um, but yeah, let's see, what is this? I get a P for tarot kits that don't have that ribbon. Absolutely. I like Fountain Tarot did it perfectly. They did it like, oh, it's over there. I don't want to get up. Why is everything so far from me? But yeah, that was the only one. And like Wild Unknown does it, but but it's not as good as how Fountain Tarot did it, where the whole deck kind of comes out nicely and you can easily grab it. I like that. Along with, won't talk about her again, Nameless Tarot. Yeah. Why I can't, I'm afraid of bending it too much because it's gonna break. I think it's because this part is too tall or something. I don't know. Let's see. Decks seem like creators just jumping on bad. The deck is superficial, or has very plain pips. Others are created with such thought, and you can tell. Like, I don't know. There's a few that kind of just like bend that a bit. Like, again, like here's oh my gosh, Mariloon again. Like, seems like it could have been easily a very like bandwagony type of deck, but there's something about it. There's something to it that isn't, I don't know what it is, I'm not sure. Maybe, and even if she was, jumping on the bandwagon and made the deck like that, and did the deck in that way, like, I don't know. There's just, this is how y'all do it. Like I said, you can have that simplicity and you not do much, even with like the minor arcana. Like here's the 3 of Cups. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. Similar oracles each month, but worse production quality. It's Hay House just has that, again, that new agey type of vibe to it, of where it's very much like, I always describe it as a color palette of lavender, pinks, and light blues, and indigo children, and and a lot of cultural appropriation of Hindu Indian practices and Native American practices, all for an aesthetic, like, you know what I mean? There's an aesthetic to it. And Hay House and Rockpool, Blue Angel. The word Blue Angel is in itself that idea of the new age. So yeah. Let's see. I don't like the overconsumption of tarot, cash grabs, and goddess tarot decks that use other people's cultures for exactly. It's like, yeah, and that using other people's culture is like, oh, but for diversity, and it's like you can have diversity without having to use other people's cultures that you know very little about. Some tarot gimmicks that don't make sense at all. Yeah. Let's see. Or we can't forget the fake. We can't forget the Disney decks, etc., which have fine or good majors, but very lazy minor cards. I think even the majors are lazy, in my opinion, to those. So yeah. Decks of stupid pips. I'm gonna disagree with that. I think if you know what you're doing, you can do a lot with the pips. But honestly, sometimes, like, I think Game of Thrones tarot should have been a pip deck. I think Game of Thrones tarot should have been a pip deck. It shouldn't have had images on each and every single card. It should have just done it how it is, because that's how it would have looked like if there was a tarot deck in Game of Thrones. But yeah, or the fake labeling of diverse decks. Yeah, most of the times the diversity is now just a tag for a marketing marketing appealing ploy for people to, for companies to make to push the deck for people who think, they're doing something, which honestly you just have to ignore that and move past that and find artists and deck creators who are diverse themselves, and stop worrying about the imagery itself, because the reading and the imagery that you work with, you're going to reach out to that through, you're going to have to do that with connecting to diverse people, if that makes sense. Did I say that right? Did that come out right? Once you find, it's about working with diverse people and connecting with diverse people. The representation and the imagery itself is great. It's just, it's just sometimes it's that's not what matters. If you're able to connect and work and help, people, and not, and relate to people and connect to people of different backgrounds than your own, that's kind of the point of diversity and all that. But again, you also have to know what you're doing, lest you clown yourself by saying stupid things to said people. Let's see. Yeah, keeps it carefully undo the open. Yeah. The new age stuff annoys me so much, and let me tell you, like, it's annoying, but sometimes it can slap. Like, I'll say, like, no, again, I don't think Raven Phelan will identify as such, but I feel like Raven Phelan is that kind of new age type of artist type of way, but she's the only one that makes it work. I think it's because she adds like a darkness or a ambivalence to her art, particularly with like the Dreams of Gaia tarot. It's not all rainbows and sunshine. Let's see, people need to not buy decks if they don't like the images. Chris N is a case in point. I'm so glad I have the edition with that 10. That's a little more complex. That is a little bit more complex to, rather than it's like people not liking the image. I think there's a whole discussion on that. And it's very funny that it's the 10 of Swords. It's the 10 of Swords of all the cards that, that caused all the drama, let's see. I don't like some tarot kits like the Druidcraft and the Wildwood. Oh yeah, Druidcraft doesn't. Wait, Druidcraft divides it now. The one that I have didn't. It was pretty thick. It was like, it's a pretty thick box, but it doesn't divide it. But yeah, Wildwood. I don't like it when they separate the cards. That's just more of a nuisance. Oh, okay. Needed to include more. Yeah, I meant lazy pips. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, where it's like, I don't have a deck like that. But yeah, I think Game of Thrones is a good example of a poor use of character. But again, because yeah, I think the Tarot del Toro, that's a good example. They didn't reuse characters. They kept each character figure as unique as possible. They didn't repeat any of them that I can think of. And the pips were all the 2s through the 10s, very simple with, number on them, just the number of the pips. Yeah. But yeah, Game of Thrones needed to include more characters. It just needed to use the characters better, or not use the characters at all. Honestly, I think they should have gone that way. Characters that we've seen. I think they should have used historical figures in the world of Game of Thrones, because there's a lot. There's a lot. No, we're not going to rehash the Game of Thrones ending. We're not going to talk about that, Darcy. Let's see. Depends on the type of yeah. Let's see. Depends on the type of, yeah. Eva Marseille are not plain pips, i.e., just the same cups. Yeah. There's a deck that's being made by the guy that made is it the Infernal Terror or something like that? He made I think he's making a Marseille style deck. I like it when each card has, of the pips have different cup designs. Like all the cups look different. All the coins look different. I like that. That's what I like about where is it? Is it here? Is it this one? Yes. That's what I like about this guy. There's a lot of repetition in here, but it's still pretty cool what happens with this one. This is the Tarot of the Hidden Star, or Le Tarot de l'Étoile Cachée. I believe that's how you pronounce that. Oh yeah, Labyrinth Tarot. No, 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 no. I'm looking forward to what's the other one? He's making another one. The artist Tomas Hijo, I think that's his name. Uh, the artist that made the Tarot del Toro. He's making another deck, and I'm excited for that one. But yeah, here's this one. Oh, I should show the pips so I can express what I mean. Hello, did I separate the majors? Here we go. So yeah, like here, you see like the wands are actually matchsticks, and the swords all look different. And there's a mirror and a pearl, and this actually the mirror and the pearl show up for all the sixes. The coins are all different. If the glare would just chill for a minute. Oh yeah, this is this is great. This is great. I mean, I don't know if YouTube will punish me for showing this, but I mean, if you don't know what you're looking for, you won't know what you're looking for, you know. But I mean, it's pretty suggestive with the with the sperm right there. But no, it's an eye. It's just an eye and a finger and a lightning bolt, and some weird tiles on the sides. uh, I mean, I think the point was that those complaints though were not they were valid. I think, in my opinion, uh, you know, I think it should have. I hope people go back to it and still refer to that moment and still talk about it, not to like rehash it but to use it as a discussion point, rather than to because I think very rarely do we have moments like that in tarot, and people kind of actually learn and change. I'm looking at you, Duck Soup. uh but also, like, some people can kind of go out of hand at times. Case in point, Duck Soup as well. you know but still, there's which is another thing that what are the worst what's the title of this live stream again? uh let's see here. Yeah, what are the worst things in tarot? Yeah, the weird relationship with racism that tarot people have. Like, it not the weird relationship, but rather more like how people don't know how to work through it. But I mean, like, again, a lot of people aren't well versed in you know social justice, and uh, uh, woke terminology, as I actually mean by what I mean, like what woke actually means. um let's see. But that's another big thing, that people need to work on, and discuss. Like I said, it's with diversity and working with that. But anyways. um oh, it looks like it. Oh yeah, it looks like the Eight of Cups. It looks very, yeah, it does look like Eight of Cups. You don't really get much of the Ten of Swords issue. I think you need a little bit more. It needs a little bit more harshness to it, I think. Or she could have displayed. Depicting scars is a very tricky thing to do, but yeah, but again, like, being a woman of color on the card, and having the scars on the back, and Chris Ann being a white woman, profiting off of that imagery, that's the issue there. But again, you could have shown scars and all that in any different types of ways. Like, where's my scar here? Is it gone? Is it still there? It's still there, kind of. Like, I got a scar, on my elbow right here. You can't really see it. Yeah, right there. I have another one on my finger. But again, scars. A scar in itself just is a perfect thing to show on as an example of the Ten of Swords. I think yeah. But again, just how it was depicted and all that, and yeah, the complaints, I think, were valid. But that's just my opinion. So yeah, I think, again, shadow work decks are like, it's perfect for working with the shadow. I think all of those are, again, just as like diversity and inclusive and what else? I don't know what else. It's another marketing ploy. It's another thing for people to buy into. It's like no, like I can this right here. I'm pretty sure would be probably like a killer shadow work deck. This right here, the Mariloon, like, and this is like imagery that people would not associate with shadow work, and I think this because it touches the feelings in me. It touches my emotions here. Um, Another shadow work deck would probably be I don't know, a good shadow work deck. I'm gonna point you to Natalia from Ouroboros. Well, now she's Tarot Shrink, and she has an amazing class on shadow work. I'm not sure if you've heard, if you've seen it or heard it, or you're following her, or you're aware. The class is great. I'm taking it. It's great. It's I love it, love it, love it. And she goes through it and explains what decks to work with it, and it's like yes, and really it's not about how dark or creepy looking the imagery is. It's more of because again, some people may find the Nicoletta Ciccoli comfortable to them, and that's not the point. The point is to actually find that which is actually making you uncomfortable. Those decks that you actually kind of want, the decks that are probably in that purge pile, I should be pulling out and wanting to work with as my shadow work decks. And that's what Natalia talks about in her class. So yeah. Uh so yeah. But anyways, let's see. It is the eight. It's a shame. Yeah, it's the walking away. If she was sitting still or like laying down or something, but I think the laying down, and I can see why. But it's the walking away part that make people, that's what people say. When people see the Eight of Cups, they say walking away. You're moving away from something, and that's what, yeah, that's why. That's why, yeah. Let's see. Like to pull myself. Oh yeah, this is yeah. I said it. Yeah, chats. I'm a little behind on the chat. Uh, let's see. I feel like those who do decks who base it off of from movies are amazing, but they need to deep dive into making the most out of how they will portray everything. I think it's too. I think it's too limiting. I don't think. In a way, I think it's because, again, like you're. I don't know. There's a thing to it because I always say, tarot is not the same type of media as movies and books and music and all that. It's different. It's its own thing. It's its own form of media, and like I don't know. There's something that's another big topic that I want to talk about: tarot as media, or tarot as as it is not media, because there's something to it. So yeah, let's see. I kind of think about the Tarot of the Divine Masculine. I thought it was disappointing. The artist made changes due to feedback, covering up certain characters on cards. I think that might have been. I'm not sure if that was feedback from people who wanted the deck, which I'm pretty sure if you're a tarot reader and you're like uncomfortable by nudity, like just you're on your own path. Some people, sure, but but you know art is art, and we have many great examples of amazing culturally defining pieces of art that are that show nudity, but again, like yeah, so yeah, you know what I mean. About being conscious and sensitive to people's triggers is one thing, but for the most part, uh working with triggers, that's yeah, but another topic to get into for another live stream, I think. But I think they changed the covering up of characters. Like I think they changed that because of the printers that aren't comfortable with printing decks like that, like Sabbath Tarot. I'm not a big fan of that deck, but again, like a lot of printers didn't want to print that deck because of how explicit the nudity was with those images. Uh Another peeve of mine. Decks that say tarot, but they're not. I I kind of agree, but like I'd have to see. I'd have to see that deck, the Psychic Tarot again. I'd have to see what it's like. Um, but like some decks that call themselves oracles, I'm like, this is the tarot. Like this ain't an oracle. This is the tarot. Like the Cosmovisions tarot. Well, it's an oracle, but the Cosmovisions, I think that's a tarot. Uh, I disagree. Disagree on what? I'm a little off on that. Um, I don't hate it at all. I just wanted to know that label. Yeah, it's like that was a weird moment. Like when that deck came out, I think at the time a lot of people were like, "Oh, tarot is more popular than Oracle. We're gonna just call it a tarot and get people to buy it." And it's like, no, you're just actually gonna make people not want to buy any decks now. You know, and you're actually gonna shoot yourself in the foot, and people aren't gonna buy your decks unless they see it in person and they have it on hand. You know. Anyways. Um, yeah, I'm glad Natalia's back too. Yeah. Nicoletta Ciccoli is the only deck that I hate. It freaks me out. Then this would be then it would be a great deck for you to do shadow work. Or, well, it might, no, I'm not sure. I mean, you don't want it to be something you absolutely hate, you know. Uh, yeah, again, uh, you see, I feel like the Nicoletta Ciccoli, which again, there's a conversation to be had. That reminds me of little girls exploited through beauty pageants. It feels wrong to make little girls' faces with makeup to confuse adult and child. Yeah, well, in general, well, it's not just little girls in beauty pageants. It's also in our media how, uh, how we the standard of beauty is the younger, you know. Currently right now, there's the girl, the Catch Me Outside girl. She recently just announced she created an OnlyFans right after her 18th birthday, and there was a lot of people just waiting for her OnlyFans to go. A lot of guys, a lot of older men that wanted to, which is disgusting and creepy, that wanted to see her OnlyFans. But she is also profiting off of that, off of that system, and which good for her. uh and she's profiting out, and she's one of the now she's like she made like, I don't know, like I think 50 million off of that, you know but anyways. And she's always been like very uh very like pushing the envelope, from her music to her attitude to who she is. She even called out Dr. Phil and like the the ranch that he would send young kids to. There's so much to that, to this discussion, but again, like we see like older men dating younger women, or younger actresses being with older men, or young or or older actresses playing teenagers, so these teenagers in movies and in media look much more, mature. Like their bodies don't look the same, their faces don't look, as they usually do, and it fucks everything up. There's so much to that. And I guess in a way, how you depict girls in tarot, it matters, if it feeds into that, then in a way, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm getting the second Sabbath LL. I'm no witch, but I do like the imagery. Like I said, I like the imagery too, just not like that. I disagreed with your opinion of Chris Ann's original tennis. On which one? Wait, I completely forgot. On what part of it? Darcy. Uh, Yeah, no, I think, yeah, if you don't like it, yeah, you don't have to, yeah, you shouldn't force yourself to do it. It's just that's, but if you, again, want to do shadow work, that's what it is. But if you're doing your own shadow work, how you're, if you're doing the shadow work, how you're doing it, you wouldn't have, you have the deck that you're working with shadow work. It's just, it's, yeah. Anyways, uh, I just think it's a trigger I have probably. It reminds me of little girls too. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the of course, like you look at it, everybody is going to look at it and think like, oh, those are little girls. Very much like Melanie Martinez and her aesthetic from the Crybaby album and that era. Definitely very similar to that. Let's see, another worst thing in tarot decks that need. Why am I glitching out? Is like my Wi-Fi off or something? Like what's going on? I hope, am I buffering or something? Am I good? My thing is saying that I'm buffering or something. Anyways, uh yeah, what do you mean by that? Like that need cultural appropriation or that do cultural appropriation? Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, it is. It's annoying. Which one's this one? Oh, yeah, the she made the Beautiful Creatures Tarot. That's another one. Yeah. Yeah, it's not something that a lot of people. Yeah, oh, come on. Really? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing this to me? You know? Maybe it's the Ethernet cable. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's Maybelline. Oh no, I'm lagging. Oh god. What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna disconnect and then I'm gonna reconnect. Wish me luck. Right? Let me see here. I'm gonna turn off Wi-Fi actually. I'm gonna turn off. Are we back? Says I'm connected. Nope, still showing that notification. Um, no, are you? Come on, focus on me. No, you're not gonna focus. Okay, fine. We're gonna be blurry then. I'm being censored. I'm just kidding. Yeah. How is that? Is that better? Are we doing better now? I hope you guys understood what I was saying. Come on, let me try and trick my camera to focus back on me. Come on, focus, focus. Okay, I think that fixed it. Okay, let's see. Though I understand that there could be a genuine issue in not liking deck, but it shouldn't always be met with the one type of response. Yeah, it's like, um, yeah, you can have opinions, people. You can have negative, and this is why I'm talking about like what are the worst things in tarot, and it's one of these. And like I said, it's like I feel like a very common thing is there's kind of like a residue of hyper positivity, if that makes sense. Of you always have to have a good thing to say. Like I said, I hesitated to even talk. I said I loved it, but I'm like, wait a minute, no, do I though? I barely use it. Of the nameless tarot, of the nameless one. So yeah. Yeah, hopefully I don't lag. Hopefully that fixed it. Um, let's see. There are some decks that say that this tarot is made to showcase the culture of a certain people or race, but they don't research fully about this. Yeah. Not only is it like super surface level, but it's like made by white people. you know? uh, or people who are not a part of that culture or tradition, and are just profiting off of it, which again, in general, to profit off of a tradition, a spiritual path, is kind of weird. Not weird, it's bad. That's one thing I don't like. The Yeah. um oh yeah, Lucy Cavendish, because she did a depiction of an African deity and put a picture of No. Oh no. Oh no. That's yeah. Um let's see. I saw a post where a person bought a deck from a shop. When they got home, Devil was missing. They called the shop and the shop would remove it. I can't. I can't. That I can't. I can't. I can't. That's God. It's clownery, Your Honor. And they left the tower in there. They left the tower. Like the tower's fine, but I draw the line at the devil. Wow, it's clownery, Your Honor. It's clownery. What else? There's got to be something else that I don't like about. um, but yeah, but what was I gonna say? I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. What else is there? What else is there to talk about? Well, I guess we can get into that, into like, um, cards that people are annoyed with, like again, devil is, you know, but it's like again, there's a whole, and let's be honest, and to be fair, and to be clear, and to be honest, I still have some issues really looking into like the devil card, but that's just because of my Christian upbringing. But I know that it's like, okay, I got to learn more about it. I got to look more into it. I got to look into the history of it. Outside of the spiritual fear of my soul being, lost into the fiery pits of hell, which, yeah, you know, just some religious trauma I got to work through. Shadow work. No, is that shadow work? No, that's not shadow work. That's something else. Well, yeah, let's see. Waiting on Victorian Romantic, ordered the deck and book, currently on its way to me here. Well, congrats, Igor. Hmm. Hmm. I think the deck itself is really well made, but like I said, that the unfinished wood in the center and on the inside is a little bit of a you know what else am I waiting for? I don't know what else. I think a lot of Kickstarters. So yeah. Let's see. Tarot decks that change suit names that are difficult to relate to. I mean, the ones that I don't like are the ones that like confuse a bit, or like that are like that like aren't really clear as to whether they're distinct from one or the other. Or maybe it's because it's our brains are like with our tarot. Or when we learn tarot, we train our brains to try and relate the suits as best as possible to the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith suit icon, or the Golden Dawn suit icons, or the Marseille suit icons, or elements that we match up with them. Um, like the wooden tarot is kind of guilty of this, where you have bones, stones, uh, you know, plumes and blooms, which I think he did that. I think the creator did that for the sake of like for it to rhyme. Which plumes, okay, like feathers, yeah, you get that. That's air. Blooms, that's flowers, that's petals. The imagery is very watery. What gets me is the bones and the stones. That's both earthy, and stones are like the crystals, and they're supposed to be fire. He puts like smoke in the imagery and fire in the imagery for those, but it's like again, it's earthy. It's too earthy. They're both too earthy to be clear from those. The crystal tarot, which one's that one? I don't know. Forest of Enchantment. I have that one? Oh yeah, I do have that one. Let me see. Yeah, actually have it in. I actually it got a Baba Studio bag. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Right? Is this Forest of Enchantment? Yeah. You have uh let's see, you have challenges, you have boons, challenges, visions, and spells, I think, right? Is that it, right? Yeah, those are the four. Hello, Pandora. Hello, girl. Girl, you really gotta change that name. Oh, Chrysalis Tarot. What is it? Like spirals? Uh what else? Stones? No, I'm not sure what the other ones are. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I haven't really worked with that one. It's always been one that's I have it, and it's always one that I've been like, okay, let's look into it. uh but yeah, let's see. But yeah, I see what you mean. But this one isn't so bad. Visions and but like you can honestly like strip back even, it kind of liberates from the water is emotions, fire is spirit and drive and passions, and earth, stones is earth and all that. It's like, no, it's like you have visions, you have spells, you have challenges, it's like that's actually kind of a little bit more useful. Anyways, yeah, it's like Numinous Tarot, Pandora. Yeah, it's Numinous is a good one. It has candles and then bells and then vials and tomes as earth, and that one's interesting. The tomes there. So yeah. Let's see. Let's talk about this. Let's see. I don't like when they do those tarot readings and they're like, it's because the karmic made him leave you. Oh yeah, karma made yeah. Something about it feels sexist or pick me. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I'm I, I think what's wrong with that is that there's like a removal of agency, or like, oh, karma made him leave you. It's kind of like a non-answer. It's like where I'm very much like, well, here's why he left you. It's like because he's an asshole, or well, like you kind of like made the environment kind of toxic for him, like like you smothered him, or I try to do to kind of be like, here's kind of why, you know. Uh the karmic. What do you mean by the karmic? What is that? Explain, Maria. Explain to this. It's because they call the other woman the karmic. What? Oh, like they're like that's like, oh, the other woman is like their soulmate or something, right? Or no? I see a clear from pick a card. It's like that. I feel yeah, they unless the reader knows what they're doing, yeah, but for the most part, I don't. Hmm. No, I don't like I'm not a big fan of the. If you are seeing this video, you are karmically connected, or your energy is aligned with this, and you were meant to see that. I'm like, girl, calm down. It's the algorithm, and because I follow you. um. So yeah. Really? What? Why do they call him the karmic? Yes, it's like a nickname. The evil woman is the karmic, and then the other is the divine. What the fuck? No. Oh, who is it? Maria, report them. I've been hunting these motherfuckers down because people keep coming into like, not a lot, but every now and then I see people comment like, he's my divine feminine, I'm his divine, no, he's my divine masculine, I'm his divine feminine. I'm like, that's not what those terms mean. Why are you using those terms like that? That's not what that means. You know, you're fucking up the vocabulary here. That's not what that means. Oh, ooh, girl, I've been watching that. Girl, drama. Totally a toxic environment. So I got caught up in it and it surprised me. Yeah, I haven't done a reading on that. I don't I kind of want to. I kind of want to get into readings like that, but I'd have to like figure out the right proper and, you know, best way to do that. I don't want to be too messy with those, you know. Uh let's see. Readers who do those kinds of readings need to know that most people wouldn't know what those yeah, and a lot of like the average people who get readings don't know what karma really means, what the divine feminine really means. Don't even know really. Even we're trying to still figure out what feminine and masculine means really in terms of like gender constructs. But yeah, um, oh yeah. Pandora Lacora she said I've had enough of these two. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want the yeah. Uh, yeah, we're kind of getting off track here, but no, we're kind of staying on track. Like again, we're like having issues with people that like again, what is you know, what is that? That's so fucking who who is out here send me a link. Let's live stream. Let's live watch these people, you know. Let's watch some of these people and let's react to them and comment, you know. I want to do that. I want to try some of that, you know, and be like, wait a minute, you know. Oh, I have not seen one reading. I guess I haven't looked for it. Oh, true. I'm pretty sure if you look up Amber Heard, Johnny Depp tarot reading, you're gonna get a few. Um, I just would love to talk about this, but this is about reading. Yeah, about readings. Yes. Bringing it back to the readings. So, yeah, it definitely like. Again, it's like, um, it's yeah. Let's bring it back to why do you think it's sexist and pick me. Get into that moon empath. Let's talk about that. Let me close these curtains. Por la gente mirona. You know. Oh yeah, like absolutely Pandora. Yeah, like I'm not gonna talk about like I'm not gonna talk about like the kabbalistic concepts when I pull out like the three of discs, you know, being like it is Binah in the world of Asya, and it's like they're not gonna know that. Why am I gonna say that? I'm gonna bring that in. They don't understand, you know. I'm not gonna do a whole little mini course to explain what that is to them. I just gotta explain to them the message that, you know, of what that symbolism means, you know. And our stream topic is the worst things about a tarot. Not a tarot, about the tarot. Like I wanted to keep it as general as possible. So not only just tarot readings, but the tarot decks themselves, and yeah, in tarot. So it's like anything and everything that has to do with tarot. What do you not like about it? What's the problems with it? What do you have an issue with? You know, I'm trying to keep it as general as possible. So not just readings, but also like, and not just decks, but also, but yeah. Oh yeah, if the client knew, absolutely, yeah. But you have to, and you would ask like, do you know how well do you understand? You know, and you have, and you by then you kind of know who your client, who your client is. You know. That's why it's like those are surprisingly very like you think that they're saying one thing, but really, you know, once you get to talking to them, that's when you're like, oh, will we get back together? That's why I always ask like, well, why aren't you guys together? Like, what happened? How long have you guys been separated? What caused you guys to break up? How, you know, How long have you guys been together? You know what is so, is it even worth, all that stuff, I dropped a bunch of cards. Oh gosh. Let's see. Oh yeah, sometimes it's like you can go off and like, yeah, when you know yeah, you can easily like drown out the meaning of a card and be like, wait a minute, what was I talking about? Oh right, your cards mean this, and this is the answer to the question, by the way. Yes, it's 2022. Leave him. Sometimes it's like, you know what? Maybe there is a chance that he'll come back. But honestly, it depends on on what validates or gives a good second chance. I think some people are way too quick to give second chances, and some people, and I think too many of us aren't open to giving second chances. And not, but again, it's just noticing and seeing and acknowledging change that that person did. Absolutely. Yeah. Readings in general need to be very carefully made. I feel like I'm not careful anymore with my readings. Heads up. Oh, oh my god, I thought I clicked on something on my gosh. I hate this little thing here down here. Can I get rid of this? Where is it? It shows up somewhere here. Is it this? No. Is it you? No, no. You. Okay. Can I go here? No, whatever. I just have to be careful. But anyways, I try not to be judgmental, but sometimes when I see those constants, will he come back, etc. Lord help me. Yeah, you have to have a lot of patience with it, and that's why I don't. That's why I try. That's why I try to tell people, don't drop your question in the chat. It's because it's fucking annoying, but and that's why I do the don't and that's why I do the guess the numbers reading, and I just say if you want a free reading, just wait, save your comment, save your question for the. But I've been a little lax on it because sometimes the chat's very slow. It's a very small group of people wanting readings, and so so with that, I just I'll be like, okay, you know what, because you're the first one here, there aren't that many people here, sure, I'll do your reading, whatever, I'm not gonna wait. Oh, Maria. Well, just tell me the channel name, Maria. I'd have to make you a moderator for you to share links, but yeah. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Tuck boxes. Yeah, they're okay. It's not like a make or break. Like again, most recent deck I got, Lilifer. Look at this. This is so extra, but you know what? It's nice. But it is a tuck box, and it's but it's okay. But again, when you have tuck boxes, you got to be careful because also this will happen to your booklets if you're not careful with them. If it'll show crinkled, you slide the deck in and it crinkles it. But again, tuck boxes are cheaper than sturdy 2-part boxes. This is cheaper than this, or even this, but this is mass produced. I don't know how much. I can't remember how much I paid for that. Some tuck boxes are too narrow. I think it's more like the ease of putting in and taking out the deck. Like I wish they all had that extra little thing where the lid kind of pulls back a little more, so you can put both your thumb and your finger and pull out the deck. But that's why I didn't bother with the tuck box. I wasn't gonna get the tuck box. No, I got I got magnetic. Too tight to fit the deck back into. Oh gosh. Oh yeah. Sometimes you just have to take out the booklet. Does it come with the booklet? No, it doesn't come with the booklet. Just take out a card or two, and I think the extra title cards that comes with it. Yeah. What are these tuck boxes that are stupidly tight? What? For the most part, mine aren't too bad. I don't think I've ever experienced this. Not that I can think of. If there is one, I don't know. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Or yeah, there's gotta be something to make nicer tuck boxes, or maybe make them like, like this deck. I saw her. I'm like, oh, you. I always see it. I'm always like, oh, you. I always forget you exist. No tea, no shade to it, because it's not one that I'm gonna get rid of. Again, this lighting. Okay, we're gonna change you. We're gonna change the mood here. How about that? Is that better? Yeah, that's much better. Shadowscapes. Which Llewellyn used to do. I'm not sure if they still do boxes like this. It's like it opens up and, yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm not, yeah, mass-produced tuck boxes are usually okay, but flimsy, it's, yeah. Yeah, that one with the shadowscapes. A coffin box. What do you mean by a coffin box, Leanne Richer? Also, I'm trying to see it. I want to see your icon. Kind of looks really pretty. Let me see. I want to change it. And get a good look at this. Boom. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's really nice. I like your icon picture, Leanne. What? I mean, did they change it? I mean, this I think is more convenient than the tuck box in terms of like taking it out, anything is better than tuck boxes. I mean, but again, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, Robin Wood. Yeah, I think they really need to redo Shadowscapes. Everybody's been saying it needs to be bigger, and there's that. What is it? The Czech version of it. Oh, coffin. Oh, okay. Thank you, Leanne. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Coffin box. Yeah. But it needs to be, Shadowscapes needs to be like this. Okay, Shadowscapes needs to be like this, like the Star Tarot, 2nd edition. Okay, look at her. Okay, take a look, observe, enjoy, appreciate. I'm trying to find a really detailed card. Yeah, like look at the flowers and the corn there. If my camera will focus on it, yeah. Which this is also one of those like new agey type of decks. Cheryl Marchetti, I think I pronounced that right. Chiro Marchetti. I'm sorry. Lucy's gonna eat my ear out if she's watching this, and I always mispronounce his name. But yeah, his decks have that box. Yeah, it was a major improvement, this new edition of the Star Tarot. And even the lamination. Like this is what Schiffer needs to just stick to. Schiffer just needs to stick to this. Stop with everything else. Stop doing anything else. Stick to this. Look at this. This is another good card. Look at that. All the flowers, all the plants, her dress. Your fave could never. Come on. Focus, camera. No, you're not going to focus on her? There we go. Look at that. Take it in. Appreciate it. Sorry if the icon is covering it, but yeah. Anyways, I should hide it. There we go. But yeah, Shadowscapes needs to go. Like, I mean, look at it. Like, it's big. Like the Star Tarot is bigger than the box of the Shadowscapes. Like, come on, Llewellyn. Shadowscapes, just go to Schiffer now. I'm just kidding. And like Schiffer was like able to change it like that. Well, not like that. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it took a lot of work to do, but still. Oh yeah, the Star Tarot. Like I read the first edition, not all the way through. I read a few cards here and there from it, and it's really good. I like it. I haven't read the new version, but I have it. Where is she? Here she is. Yeah, I have it. The new version. I like the book. The book is much easier to hold. I feel like the last one was stiffer. That's another thing they need to work on. Books that can open and stay open. Like I'm not a big fan of not I want books like I'm tired of I want my books to stay open. I don't want to crack my spine to have them stay open or have something weighing it down. That's just inconvenient, you know? Um, that's why I like ooh, ooh, ooh. Like Wild Unknown guidebook. Like I know, no, but they are good for like hold like again for portability. Yeah, but no, that's why I like the Yohali Hecatl tarot book. You can just open it, and guess what? Them pages are staying like that. Even in the first pages, they stay open. You know, like take notes, people. Publishers, take notes. Why would you be kidding? Kidding about what? I'm joking. Wait. About what? What did I say? I'm also picky with photo studio artwork type decks. What do you mean? I agree. Pandora is spilling all the tea. Pandora is saying what needs to be said. Yeah, and you know what's kind of like a traditional deck, kind of, but the guidebook is like doing the most. Not in which, no offense, it's actually pretty. It's really this guidebook is an experience. Let me tell you. Terra Avatara by Gabby Angus West. This little thing, it's small, but don't underestimate it. This is amazing. This is amazing. It's so interesting. It's like it's not just a guidebook, you know. It's more. Oh, kidding about Schiffer taking over the chess game. Has that ever happened? No, it's happened. Like one company buying the rights to another deck. But yeah, I think the worst thing in Terra is having to learn it. It really is. That's really the hardest part. But the best advice for learning the tarot is the best way to learn tarot is outside of the tarot, you know, because the imagery is supposed to, you just have to learn how to read the imagery, particularly when it comes to Rider-Waite-Smith, Thoth, and like decks like this. That's kind of a little different. I think this is more intended for meditation, but honestly, when I read with it, it actually kind of it's pretty spot on. No, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight alongside you, actually. Because I think people are tarot. I think we're kind of teaching tarot the wrong way, because I think a lot of people recommend Rider-Waite-Smith to start off with, but really what that just ends up doing is it limits people to it just boxes people into the Rider-Waite-Smith. I think people should get what they like and work with that and find the right books that are going to help them. But unfortunately, most of the books aren't geared or aren't geared towards the right towards anything outside of Rider-Waite-Smith. you. So yeah. And this is what I'm talking about here. Okay. So again, and I've kind of hashed this out before. What is intuition? In a previous live stream, and I'm pretty sure I pinned down what the definition is to me. But honestly, what I say is usually just read the imagery. That's not intuition. You're just interpreting art and saying what the art is expressing in that way. Much like how people will look at a painting in an art gallery and say, like, this is what this means and this and that, whoop, 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 and you do the same with that, and you apply the context to the question that's being asked. You apply not the context, you apply the meaning or what you get from the imagery to the question that's being asked as the answer. And that's what that is. And some people will, but intuition, I think people are kind of saying, like, my gut feeling is telling me that this is a bad situation. It's like, but it's like, that's not what that is. And yeah, and guidebook learning, though, is also just memorizing meanings, and that's not helpful either, which is how I read this. I just memorize, like, from what meanings I've learned from reading and studying the tarot. And yeah, so yeah, because again, intuition is kind of pretty quick. It's supposed to happen very quickly, and I'm reading this, here, listening to your feelings and thoughts. That's more subconscious, and I think intuition is where the subconscious and the conscious are kind of connecting and shooting out, like, a thought or an idea or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, there has to be a mix. Yeah. Look at that. No, Manuel. Sorry, Manuel. No. Leanne, just think about it. Yeah. I know. I know. I'm just, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think people have a difficult time finding their own style, and again, that's on one hand very good, but then on the other hand, it's like there's no what I talked about, no regulation in terms of tarot readers, and is this a good tarot reader or not, yeah, so just do what feels best for you. Yeah, it won't feel good. I mean, I use me as an example. The deck I learned with, I've said this many times on my live streams, the deck I've learned with wasn't Rider-Waite-Smith, it wasn't Marseille, it wasn't any Rider-Waite-Smith derivative. It was Marielle. This is the first deck I ever, like, sat down and really studied and worked with, and this is one of the most, intimidating decks out there. If Thoth is intimidating, this is scary almost. No offense, I love this deck. And what I did was, again, I broke down the imagery. I read the guidebook and I broke down the imagery, but now that I've learned more, it's unfortunately kind of changed how I read the deck, in a way. I'm not sure how I can explain it, but and I kind of want to go back to how I used to read it, but I can't. I don't know if it's growth or something. I don't know, because all, like, the occult esoteric correspondences, and my learning of numerology and the Kabbalah and alchemy and all that shit has, like, kind of, like, really altered how I read it, and it's kind of going back into memorizing meaning with this deck. And really, back then it was just, oh yeah, or maybe I was. I don't know. I'll talk about it whenever I do a whole series on the Marielle. Oh yeah, like, I like the effort, the willing to put in the effort, that comes and goes for me. Like, I almost kind of caught it again for Tarot of the Holy Light, but then it went away. uh, but I'm working through it slowly but surely. Tarot of the Holy Light. That's one of them. That's another one that like it's its own. It's kind of a unique system, but it's very different from yeah. Oh yeah. If it's not working for you and you still want it, yeah, I think what people need to realize is one deck is not representative of the whole of tarot, which is a good excuse to buy as many tarots as you want as you can. But you know but I say that purely in the sense of don't give up on the tarot just because this one deck that you had an experience with wasn't that good. Same with, like, again, the doctors. If you go to a doctor and, they're a shitty doctor and they don't really care or listen to you or your issues, that doesn't mean like, okay, the whole medical field is fucking garbage and bullshit. I'm going to go do something else and go do, other stuff. It's like, no, like just find the right doctor, So yeah. I actually had a series. I'll have, like I said, it's more of a redo. Much like all Hollywood movies, it's just a remake. But there are a few other Marielle series on, there are quite a few Marielle series now out and about. But just so y'all know, mine was the first, but nobody cared. It wasn't that good anyway. But it helped me learn. Doing that helped me learn. Like, helped me learn the system, and helped me learn what the fuck Mary White was talking about. Talking about it and going live and talking about it and sharing it. But which I'm like might be how I learn in general. Talking about what notes I've took and all that. But I gotta find that groove again with how I do that. But we'll see how it goes. Still slowly working on things like that. It's taking way longer than expected. So yeah. So anything else? Anything else with any other issues or problems that we have with the tarot? Dropping boxes. Dropping the box. Don't drop it. You see, I wouldn't. I think I'm going to stop recommending people start with the Rider-Waite-Smith. Like I said, I'm going to start recommending the Marielle or the Thoth or, I don't know, anything different, anything that's going to make them actually learn. No, I wouldn't actually. No, I would probably tell them to learn or to look into like a book of symbols first or something, or mythology, and I don't know what else. Art interpretation, I think, right? Is that a thing, right? Art history. What is that? Where you can read a painting, read an image, because that's what I think is tarot is mainly, reading an image, what's going on in the picture. Tell me how what it means. Tell me how it's happening. I think that's what I would recommend for beginners. I'd also recommend, figuring out and planning out what type of a reader do they want to be. Do you want to read for yourself or do you want to read for others? And focus on me, camera, please. Come on, focus. No, you're not going to focus on me? No? Okay, fine. That's okay. Just hate me, camera. It's all right. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. But I think what I would recommend is, more the Golden Dawn stuff at that point if it's Rider-Waite-Smith, because Rider-Waite-Smith is pretty heavily lenient and reliant on the Golden Dawn meanings. So yeah. Uh and a good book. Yeah, yeah. If they are a book learner, um, you know, uh, but yeah, it's yeah. I guess like I said, an alternative to if you don't like if again people don't like Pamela Coleman Smith's artwork for some reason, then again back to Mariloon. Let me just recommend Mariloon. You know, or I don't know, but like I said, I'm probably gonna stop recommending that. I'll probably say like, oh yeah, Rider Waite Smith is like the go-to, but it's pretty restrictive, and it kind of has a monopoly on the tarot sphere, and tarot is a little bit more than just the Rider Waite Smith and the Rider Waite Smith imagery, because then we're just getting decks that just do the Rider Waite Smith and not really anything even clever with the Rider Waite Smith, you know. And that's that on that. I look really pale with this. Let's switch the colors again. Where is it? There it is. Switch the lighting. How's that? Warmer tones. That gives me a nice skin tone. So yeah, yeah. I'm sure there's a few. I'm sure there's a few things that annoy me in terms of like tarot. Again, I'd probably say those Disney decks. I'm not sure what else. Decks that are too repetitive, of other decks, which I get it, like make your own, make what you want, but like I said about the Marigold, like now it seems like there's so many skeleton decks, like I challenge people now to not make a skeleton tarot, a tarot deck with skeletons in it. We don't need it. We don't want, well, I don't want it, I should say. Let's see what's on. Let's see. Let's see what, and yeah. I would like to get to that point. I wonder if you could be happy with just one deck, because it's hard nowadays to only have one tarot. So many options. It's a nice idea, but honestly, right now how things are going, it seems like the best I can do is 100, which I'm gonna try and get to. So yeah, yeah. I think so Moon, but I think we've gone through the whole gamut of gamut. Is that the gamut? I don't know. The whole thing of topics that we don't like. Let's see. Another worst thing in tarot is decks that do not speak to you at all, like the Chrysalis. There's something to that of like you read a deck and you're just getting nothing. Lubanko tarot is one of them. That's one that I'm moving along. The imagery is beautiful. I love that. I love like the King of Wands and a bunch of the other court cards. But there's just I lay out the cards and it's just not vibing. Yeah, it's like a toolbox, but again, you need a toolbox, not a tool shed. Yeah. Right now I'm in the shed, tool shed. So many, so many decks and so little time, and I can't read with all of them. And so it's like, you know what? I haven't been reading with them. It's time to move them along. There's a mosquito. Yeah, and I think here is the key. I've taken time to learn it, and it does work. It's, it's like sometimes, and here's the thing with the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, and so many decks are just based on the Rider-Waite-Smith, is that, you get the Rider-Waite-Smith, and like, Pavlov and the Mariloon and even the Delphi and the Shadowscapes, those are all Rider-Waite. So once you learn the Rider-Waite-Smith, you can have all those decks and read with them and be able to work with them. But in the end, they're all still Rider-Waite-Smith. So what's the point? Like, you already have the Rider-Waite-Smith. Why not just, but when you have decks like, again, what am I saying again? Like the Thoth, or the Lilifer Tarot. This one's actually, although it's not, it doesn't explicitly look like that. Like, what is this? 5, right? Yeah, this is the 5 of Earth, the 5 of Discs. Yeah, Taurus and Mercury and Taurus, Mercury Taurus, Decan. You don't see that Rider-Waite-Smith imagery. What is this? Yeah, the 10 of Wands here. You kind of get it, but it's depicted differently. But it's not man carrying sticks with his back turned to us, Yeah, I want to try and get down to 50, I think. I'm not sure I can, though. But that's a goal. That's the goal I'm setting myself to. And, any deck that, and hopefully more being much, much more exclusive, and hopefully, of exclusive of the decks that enter the collection at that point, because I'm sure I can whittle it down to 50. And yeah. But decks like this, like, again, Marielle, Terror of the Holy Light, Tarot Avatar. This is a deck that I think, like, the guidebook itself is one that you want to read through and go through and take notes on. The Thoth Tarot, the what's another one? The Julie Kutia Watts, her decks. Like the Journey into Egypt, the Ma'at Tarot. Those are all, although the imagery looks very Rider-Waite-Smith, there's so much more to them than that, in a way. Like, check them out. Check it out. The Ma'at Tarot, Journey into Egypt. She even has like the Real Sky Astrology Tarot. So yeah. What else? There's a few others. Oh, like Tarot of the Spirit, Heindel Tarot, Ocean Dry, Blood Moon. Let's see what else. I'm not sure what else. There's yeah, those are big ones right there, But those, and I want more decks like that. I want people to make more decks, again, that are pushing the envelope, or like not even using the envelope, and doing something completely different, with the tarot. Again, Cosma Visions. Let's see. What I find myself doing is I grab one deck and I'm like, let's see what Deviant Moon has to say. Pick it up, and another one. Let me see what the Mystical Moments has to say. Then I just end up confused. That is more. With that, it's like you'd have to. Yeah, it's more. Yeah, I really don't do that, because again, that's like you'd have to see the same cards, in a way. Because then you're just doing like what some people do, where they get a lot of readings, to try and like get the answer that they want. Not that that's what you're doing, but it's in the same vein. Let's see, what is this? I've been finding the Orphic Tarot hard to work with. Some of the cards are hard to tell which cards they are, and the guidebook doesn't give you. Orphic Tarot, is that like? Let me see here. Orphic Tarot. I think I know which one that one is. Orphic Tarot. I think I just felt a mosquito on my face. Yeah, by AKA Skyweb, right? It's like almost tattoo like art, and let's see if it can yeah. Her Instagram I think got hacked cuz I got like spam DMs from her account. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure I'm following her actual account. Because I don't use all of them. Because I don't use all of it. I think 50 is even more than what needs to be. That is 50 is way more than what I can work with, because again, it's like again, I'm not working with them. If I'm not working with them, it has to move on to someone who will work with them. It's okay not to just have one, but thin out those that don't work for you, or does the same thing with another deck. Yeah, does the same thing with another deck that does more. It's like, yeah, this is just the same. This is just this, but worse. you know, yeah. Hello, Dragon of the Dawn 40. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Orphic Tarot has titles written in Greek. I don't read Greek that well yet. Yeah. Oh my god, it's $90. Ciao. Yeah, I see what you mean. I saw there's a mistake on one of the cards I noticed on the zodiac. Like there's a card with like the signs of the zodiac, and like I think one of them they're like um one of them is in the wrong place, I think. But I'm not sure which. I can't remember which one it is. I don't know what card it is. But yeah, I was like, girl, what is this? But yeah, no, I don't think that's what Maria is doing. I think she's just curious to see how each deck will answer the same question differently, rather than like, oh, this deck didn't give me the answer I want. I'm gonna go to this deck instead. I'm pretty sure any tarot reader worth their salt is gonna knows this lesson. Uh, oh, if you're researching and studying, yeah, you should have plenty of decks for reference, and pointing out things like, for example, like depictions of the emperor. You have to know what you're talking about, but of course sometimes you can just find these online and you don't really need them in person. But if you're reviewing, then yeah, but again, you don't need to keep those decks if you're reviewing them or like looking through them, which again, we don't really know how well to review or what standard to hold a tarot deck up to, other than like quality of the cards, how big they are, how many cards are on there, is it well made, what's the card stock like, all that stuff, is the only thing that we can really talk about, other than like, because when it comes to like the imagery and what's being depicted and what symbols are on there, to criticize and point that out, it's like people are like, well, that's just what works best for her, that's just how she sees that symbol, and it's like, no, that's not what divine feminine means. you know I'm just kidding. I don't think any tarot creator has done anything that bad, but anyways, yeah, so I'm still pretty new to tarot, relatively. 5-6 years, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long it's been. What is it, 2016 I got my first tarot deck? I'm not sure. I have to check. I have to check, but you know, yeah, wow, that's a lot. Anyways, yeah, it's been about 5 years at least. Let's see. Let's see. It's pretty standard to use a tarot and an oracle in the same reading, but I don't use more than one tarot deck in the same reading. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't use two tarot decks in one reading. Unless it's like a two-part question or like a question of like either or. Maybe I'll use it, but for that, I usually do just one deck, even for those. Um, but yeah, I like for yeah, like two tarots and one. It's embarrassing, it's embarrassing. But yeah, yeah. Which now I want to shuffle Tarot Avatara. Seriously, who wants to get Nine of Swords or the Tower twice? Someone that wants confirmation that shit's gonna hit the fan. Like again, like for example, Tarot Avatara. I barely use it. I need to work with it though. It's a deck that I want to like sit down and study and break down the imagery. But that's gonna take time. And honestly, it's like a time away from studying other decks and projects that I'm doing. And honestly, it can kind of go with a tarot project that I'm kind of studying on, which is the Thoth and the Golden Dawn tarots, and like a tarot series and like as tarot as a whole. But anyways, but here's the thing, it's like you have to I think what Maria is saying is that she's not looking, again, she's not asking I don't usually ask specific questions, just general. I think she's just musing on the different variations of images and how a tarot responds to a deck, not like she's asking for a clear direct answer, just more like each deck is like a philosopher giving each an answer to each one. When I do like my interview spread is a deck, which is a spread interview spread is the spread from Tarot Wisdom, and I do this spread with any new deck that I get, and I record what the cards are, and that is, it asks, what is the soul of tarot? What does it express openly? What mystery does it contain? And what gift does tarot give us? And those are the 4 questions that I ask. I pull a card for each of those questions with the new deck that I get, just to see how it answers those questions. I'm not asking it, I'm not asking the deck, what is your soul? I'm asking it, what is the soul of tarot in general? I want to know what its perspective on what being a tarot is like. Do you know what I mean? If we are personifying the tarot. But yeah, it's more. I think Maria's more again, the musings and the pondering rather than asking for a clear direct answer, because some questions you can't really get big direct clear answers, like again, what is the soul of tarot, which is why one of the books that I just got, and it's being reprinted, but I was impatient and I wanted to read what the older version is, what the older version was like, and I found a copy for a reasonable price, but but it's now I can get my backpack. Let me I'm going to go here. Let's see here. And that is it you? No, it's not you. It's not you. I passed it. Here you are. Forest of Souls by Rachel Pollack. You know, which is essentially asking like the big universal questions with the tarot and seeing what the cards answer. And you're not going to get a clear, definitive, precise, exact answer to that. You're going to get, you know, something that to muse on and to digest a bit, you know, I think. But again, I've only just started reading it. Hopefully it gives us something interesting, you know. So yeah, we'll see what this book has to offer, you know, and hopefully it's what I expect it to be, you know, and hopefully I can follow along with it and do readings with the same questions that she asks and see what I get with the different decks that I use. But again, it's like, depending on what decks you're using, like I said, if I'm going to do readings like that, like, okay, I want to use different decks, I'm not going to get Mariloon, Fyodor Pavlov, Shadowscapes, and the Rider-Waite-Smith. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to do Marielle, Thoth, Rider-Waite-Smith. I'm going to do the Lillifer Tarot, Tarot of Atara, Tarot of the Spirit, Tarot of the Holy Light. I'm going to go into as many different, extremely different, you know, systems as I can. The Marseille, you know, and then see how what they say is what they say. You know what I mean? You know, and that's what I do, because again, it's kind of like with doing this all Rider-Waite-Smith imagery, it's kind of like beating a dead horse, you know, or just too repetitive, you know. Ooh. But then there are those decks. That like kind of like really just dance along that it's Rider-Waite-Smith, but not fully. Well, plug it in, Moon Empath. Charge that battery up. And one of those decks is the White Newman. You know, it's, don't get me started. I can't fully explain it as to why I think it's like not Rider-Waite-Smith, but even though the imagery is Rider-Waite-Smith, she layers onto like just simple addition of, again, what the animals are. Like, I don't think this is an animal deck. I don't consider them animals. Like, yeah, they look like birds. Yeah, they look like ravens, but they're not. They're Newman. They're spirits, and I wouldn't read it as animals. I'd read it as you know, spirits or energy expressing itself in the form of animals. You know what I mean? But so far I can't think of it. Yeah, I think we've ran out of topics. You know, I think we're good on on what is the worst in tarot. But again, I think there's like, yeah. Yeah, I think we've exhausted all the topics here, you know. You know, anyone else? Anything else? Nothing else? Because if that's the case, then we are going to cut this live stream off here then, you know. 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think, well, yeah, because because I think we've exhausted all topics. I think maybe next Friday I'll maybe have a topic ready, or maybe I'll try and do an interview on the weekend or something with another tarot tuber. Not this weekend, but you know. Yeah, I mean, with tarot, it's mostly personal, and mostly each person has their own take on, you know, on a certain thing. Yeah, it's pretty open and diverse in terms of, you know, in the marketplace of ideas. It's there is no like settled singular thing of like, because again, it's not like a, you know, it's not like cars. You know, even though I know jack shit about cars. uh is that right? Or I don't know jack shit about, I don't know. You see, I don't even know the terminology, but of on certain things. But you know, it's like, yeah, what's what's the fastest, what's the most efficient, what's the most of cars, you can actually see, you can actually gauge it. With tarot, that's, so it's, again, it's different. You can't, it's not quantifiable, if that's the right word. It's not measurable, um not in that way, at least, you know, of like, oh, this is the best tarot deck. It's like, no, it just depends on each person. But yeah, yeah, uh, and what they like, you know. But I guess in a way, also cars are that way too. Like some people like certain brands of cars more than others, or certain lines of cars compared to other, uh, you know, compared to other, you know, lines of the same brand. If that makes sense, right? Am I making sense? Hello, Sid Foley. I think we're just closing off the live stream here. But how are you doing, Sid? Oh, hello, Lady Knight. Yes, you did. You did. You missed 2 hours and 20 minutes of the good part. Well, the beginning was kind of slow because, again, yeah. Oh, good morning. Oh, good morning. It's more like dropping cards. Dropping cards. Dropping cards. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, honey, I can't pick it up. No. There we go. Got it. Okay. Okay. Back. You got 16 viewers. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes my chats will spike, you know. Also, it's Friday night, you know. People, you know, it's a good time to go live. But what was the worst part of tarot? There's many bad parts about tarot, but honestly, but I guess that, to single it out, yeah, to a single specific, like, what is the worst part of tarot? Uh, you know, I said, what are the worst things in tarot? I kept it general, so I wouldn't answer this one specific thing. If I were to think about it, I probably would be, again, probably the lack of proper communication. I always talk about communication. And again, I think it's just in general, uh, language is in itself a problem with it. You know, you know, uh, yeah, because, yeah, how you express ideas. Very tricky, because you could be talking about, like, what is, you could be talking about like one thing with someone else, and they could be thinking you're coming at it in a completely different way than what you really are, you know. um so yeah, isn't that the problem with life in general? Yeah, yeah. And they say, I like to say, tarot is a reflection and a sponge of life, in a way. Yeah, the diversity. And that's what, yeah, I think that's what it is. Diversity. It's the openness to different ideas and all that. There is no room for, you know, uh, for for you know, limiting and unifying to one thing. You know, it's, yeah, it's it's very it's very tarot is very anti-fascist. I think so. Yeah. Sponge of life. Yeah, having to learn it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a life problem, not really. Yeah. Yeah. uh, so yeah, because again, like one of the most, one deck, you know, again, this White Newman, for example, is just one that like I really love, but some people that I know, you know, don't like it. Like Shane, and my friend Lucy, they don't like it. But yeah, sometimes. But like I said, one of the things that is the issue is the lack of regulation. You know, now I'm just rehashing it. We should be closing it off. We'll close it off at the 30-minute mark, at the 2 hour and 30-minute mark. Uh, you know, because again, we have good readers like me. I'm just kidding. I'm not that good of a reader. We have really great readers and really experienced readers and really readers that not only know how to read the cards but are also able to work with their clients. You know, and that's one of the big things that a lot of people kind of forget with tarot, is having to actually connect and work with your clientele. Uh, 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 but where was I going with this? Right. Right? No, I lost track. Sorry. I read Lady Knight's question. Uh, was this topic kind of adjacent to the conversation I had with Amy last week? I have not finished watching that actually, but I should, and I will actually. What was it? Now I need to watch it. Now I need to see. Now I'm gonna see. Now I'm gonna see what this was. Let me see. It was on your channel, right, Lady Knight? Where's my? There we go. Let me see if I can find you. You should be there. There you are. But I'm pretty sure we might be, yeah, tarot learning tool or instant gratification. Yeah, that's another thing. Yes. Yes. This is what we were talking about. Yes, Moon Empath and Maria kind of got into that. I'm not sure if Maria's still in the chat. Maria, are you there? You know, Maria was talking about how she uses multiple decks to kind of see what they talk about in to a certain question, and Moon Empath was thinking that she was doing multiple readings to get the answer that she wanted. She wanted that instant gratification. That wasn't the case, you know? Yeah, tarot as a learning tool. I need to look. I need to like solidify that into one, you know, idea, or maybe talk about that as its own topic. Because again, not a lot of people use tarot as a learning tool. You know, uh, I'm thinking back to how someone once, I think it was Esoteric Tarot by Decker. I think that's the book, um, where he talks about, where I think he mentions that you know, Europeans kind of wanted their own hieroglyphic language system, and so they made the major arcana. And it's a theory, you know, which I'm not sure how valid it is, but it's an interesting one to view each of the major arcanas as a letter and each of those images as a letter to build up a word, and you say that word, and that word means, and you can build stories and lessons and teach with those images in that way. um but I have yet to really uh see that. I'm also Maria. Yeah, that's right. Yes. I'm not sure. Wait, is that you, Maria, or no, it's a different Maria. Different Maria. Early in the chat. Where is she? Here we go. Yeah, here. This Maria. There can only be one. You guys will have to fight to the death. Whoever wins will be the one Maria. I'm just kidding. Uh, but yeah. Uh, yeah, mostly we talked about more like the practical stuff like this. Uh, you just have to learn the learning tool. Well, that's I think you're touching on something very interesting here, where I think at least in the US, we're not really good at telling people how to learn, and being able to learn and understanding that you can learn. To quote Dune, one of the greatest powers that the Muad'Dib was able to have was understanding and knowing his capability to learn. And not a lot of people are encouraged to have that understanding, that they have that capability to learn. you know a lot of people think like, oh, I can't. And I kind of still at times do, but now I've kind of understood, and I kind of understand it as, I don't learn in a systemic in the educational system that's set up here very well. I don't learn that way, or I can't, or I don't want to, or I'm not comfortable in those types of learning environments. But yeah. I'm a pterodactyl-aholic. Careful with those terminologies. But I'm very picky about the ones that I think speak to me. Yeah, like again, Lillifer. Like, you know, I wasn't. I'm not a big fan of the Oracle deck, but the tarot, for some reason, I like it. I don't know why. I want to reach out to. I wanted to give it a try. It's more like I'm selective of what I want to give a try. Yeah. Um, I want to sing The Sound of Music, all about Maria. I have yet to fully watch The Sound of Music. Should I put it on right now? Should we all watch it? And YouTube takes me down. It strikes down my channel. The worst thing I was gonna say, who's gonna say it? It's my channel. It's me. No, the worst thing of the worst thing in tarot is why leaving tarot. You can't leave why. It'll always be a part of it. It'll always be a part of you. One of us. One of us. One of us. Well, girl, what's the problem with that? Again, I think Benabel Wen has talked about fortune telling, and again, tarot reading, fortune telling, divination. Those three words are kind of intermixed as one, and really they're quite different, but also none of them are actually kind of that bad. Divination, connecting and speaking to the divine. I don't do that, so I don't call what I do divination. I've accidentally called it that in the past. If you look at my old videos, you'll probably hear me say that. Fortune telling is probably more accurate, but honestly, I think I'm gonna more call it advice giving by means of tarot. Uh, you know, um, but again, that's I think that's the best way. Advice giver. You know. Okay, Joan Osborne. Who's Joan Osborne? I'm sorry, I don't get the reference. Let me look her up. I'll probably be like, oh, her. Joan Osborne. Oh, Joan Osborne, one of us. Oh. uh, oh yeah, I don't know her. I don't listen. I only listen to good music. Sorry, why? I feel my nose is stuffy. let's see. I find I get stuck reading for myself as I always skew it the way I want. I think a good way is to if you know you're skewing it the way you want, purposefully skew it the way you don't want it, and see what comes up. And count, and that way you get both sides, I guess, in a way. But honestly, the best thing to do is, how do you explain it? T. Susan Chang and Mel Moline in their podcast, I think they brought it up sometime. I don't know when, uh, but one time they were talking about how they read cards and reading for yourself. If you're reading for yourself and you're writing it down and you're just keeping it in, just in your mouth, in your brain, writing it down, you're actually, we find that we're more critical and more harsh on ourselves. But when we speak it out loud and we talk it out loud and we interpret and we talk to ourselves as we do the reading for ourselves, it's actually much different, and you get something different there. You kind of go a little easier on yourself. That's what I would recommend. I also recommend for that, in terms of doing tarot readings for yourself, literally the guidebook for tarot it's tarot for yourself. It's how to read tarot cards for yourself. Tarot for yourself. Mary Kay Greer's Tarot for Yourself. The amazing workbook for reading for yourself. uh, you put away. I don't think I put it away right, but yes, I dumped out the water, and yeah, yeah, it's put away and it's gone, and now books and a Funko Pop is in the way. Is there? The only Funko Pop I own. Okay, I'm not one of those people. Which, if you are one of those people, no tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. Enjoy what you enjoy, but it's a bit much. I guess it really comes that I don't trust my readings when I read my own cards. I don't trust my readings either. Which you'll see me second guess and doubt my readings even to people, because it's like, I don't know how serious these people are going to take these readings. Like, again, you saw that lady that was like, oh, this other reader told me that that he is with some other, that he's in a relationship to get back at me. And it's like, well, do you really know? You can find out by just talking to him, right? It can be a headache having currents like that. Like what? I second guess mine too. Yeah. Should you second guess your reading? That's another topic. Should you second guess your reading? Some people will say, trust your intuition. Be the high priestess. Trust in your intuition. I'll be like, okay, listen. Sometimes my intuition jumps the gun, but I guess in the end it'll always work out. But either way, you're just looking for what they want to hear. Yeah. Which, I guess, if you're questioning it, if you're second guessing in terms of that, if you're reading for yourself and you're second guessing, I guess you're not reading for what you want to hear. That's a good thing, but for those people, usually, yeah, most people coming in for readings, they're just looking for something, what they want to hear. Oh my god, is my computer lagging? Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I mean, it's something. It's again the bias that you got to work through. Oh my god, is my mouse dying? I think my mouse is dying. I think my mouse is dying. No, I think, or I don't know. Oh no, oh no. Oh, that is true. Yeah, we're very yeah. I guess this is another, like, life thing, like, culturally or societally. How much do you second guess yourself? How well do you trust yourself? I think that's more, yeah, topic for personal, yeah. Um, I guess, like, culturally, I think we're kind of raised to kind of uh uh question ourselves and question whether what we're doing is the right thing to do, and instead we just don't do what we want to do and we just do something else. I don't know. Let's see. It's hard to be unbiased with reading for yourself because we're so emotionally invested in the answer. Subconsciously, I think we skew it. Oh yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's either we're too hard on ourselves or we're too gentle on ourselves. But like I said, try and do both. Try and go as hard as you can on yourself, and then try and be as gentle with yourself on the same reading. I think another great book on that. I think they touch on this. I'm not sure. I read through it once and I was like, this is perfect. Is this book as well, Practical Tarot Techniques by Marcus Katz-Telly Goodwin. All about readings, how to do with readings, dealing with problematic questions or difficult questions, and working through readings and all that. So you're not going to get like meanings of cards in this book. This book is more about doing the actual readings, working through questions and all that. So yeah. Yes, Lady Knight. Yes, exactly. Yeah. If I'm not doing readings, I'm not trying. Again, we kind of touched on it here. But, we kind of still talked about like, production quality, deck qualities, all that, but like of decks themselves, buying decks, I kind of want to move away from that and talk more this. I take it your battery isn't dying anymore, Moon Empath? Or was that someone else? Right? Right? Yeah. I would recommend. I think it's, again, it does meanings. It's all like, oh, this card means this card means that, but it does touch onto this, and that's, again, Fortune's Wheelhouse podcast, by T. Susan Chang and Mel Meline. But the book, if you're not a fan of the audio format, you can get the book format, and it kind of does just that, Tarot Deciphered, where they talk about, again, literally, like, they associate, like, Golden Dawn, the Thoth, Rider-Waite-Smith associates letters, Hebrew letters specifically, to the major arcana, and then the major arcana are then the minor arcana are like the planetary and the astrological correspondences within those match up with the tarot, so it's like 2 letters in those cards, and then the core cards are like a little more than that, I think. But point is that major arcana are like letters, minor arcana are like 2-letter words in a way, maybe even more. But yeah, in a way they kind of touch on that, and I was like, I just thought of that here. I am actually. Hello, Tarot Girl Live. Oh yeah, like in the with the runes and as well, runes could also, you could also do that with runes, I think. But yeah, and Tarot of the Spirit, again, you see that. Let me see if I can find you'll see them here. Well, I don't agree with this specific letter, but Crowley says, it's this. But these guys, this thing, Zari, that thing right there, that looks like a Y, but it's pronounced Z. That is what they're talking about. Yeah, anything that's like that, yeah, they'll have the letters on there, and those letters are, there's a Kabbalistic method of, meditating on the letters, and, well, and meditating on the names of God made up by those letters, and yeah, there's a whole lot of that, and then gematria, and yeah, there's a lot to it that you can do with those letters. And then once you interplay with that with the tarot, you get something more with that. But again, yeah. Mm, oh, really? Like what? Like what types of questions are you trying to ask? The correct question to ask, I guess. And it's also important to, like, how you ask it. Uh, there's you'll see me sometimes, like, compliment people how they word their questions, because it's not just, oh, what does so and so think of me. It's more like, they'll word it specifically in a way that'll be like, oh, that's new, that's interesting. But most people will just, the ones that we could that where I need to, like, get more from them is, the questions where they're like, what does so and so think of me, or is there a chance for reconciliation? And I'd be like, well, first of all, I don't know who, we don't know who these people are. You could be, I don't know who's the good guy or the bad guy here. But yeah. Yeah. Verification is really what it is. I really don't read for myself. Just a heads up for y'all. I don't read for myself. I rarely do. Um, just don't feel the need for it, you know? Yeah. Using the tarot to learn about myself, most of the time it is helping to ask the correct question. Usually, once I get to the correct question, I already know the answer and don't need the cards. Well, I guess that's kind of good. In terms of using tarot for personal growth, for developing yourself and becoming a better person, you're doing something right then. Um, you're doing something, you're doing something right. To work on yourself, and you want to use the tarot with it, then you're not. Uh, then yeah, yeah, you're on the right path, Sid. Mm. I have to use myself. I need a question to read what the cards answer. You don't have to read for yourself. You don't have to read yourself. That's another thing. You can just read on almost anything. Like I said, ask any question. It doesn't have to be focused on you or another person. It can be on any, like, there again, what I was talking about with, I'm not sure if you were here when I recommended. Did I put it back here? No, where did I put it away? Where did I put it? It's right here. Forest of Souls. That's what Rachel Pollack is doing in this book. She's asking questions like here. Uh, you know, ask questions, what nourishes my soul? What is soul? What is tarot? What plan did God follow to create the universe? And those are questions that she answers with the tarot. uh, you know, I mean, I get even legal questions, but that's your own thing. Do it on your own time and your own space for yourself. Uh, you know, Personally, if you need, it's for you yourself. But if, again, it's different when it's it's different when it's someone else, like me. Like, no, I don't do legal readings. No, I don't do a I don't do questions around, focusing on a legal uh proceeding or something like that. um you know and I say, again, entertainment purposes only. That's honestly just more to cover my ass. It's, what is it? It's when people say, oh gosh, what is it? It's a legal thing. It's like, oh, allegedly. When people say allegedly, and when they're talking about a certain topic, it's so that, you know uh it's sort of like when people say allegedly, they say it because not to, like, not get sued. Like, you can still get sued. It's just you'll get sued and you won't lose, if you include the allegedly in there. you know uh that's what it is. It's like I could still get into some shit, you know, but it's like if I clearly say the disclaimer is there to be like, hey, I put this disclaimer on here all the time, so you guys don't take it this seriously. You know? Yeah. But anyways, when I read for other people, the stuff I see are mind blowing. Sometimes, yeah, very like it rarely happens, but when it does, it's like, you know, you're like, wait a minute, what am I doing? You know. Yeah, it is a disclaimer. Yeah, yeah. When I hear people go out of their way to say allegedly, I always think guilty. No, it is allegedly, allegedly. or, or in drag race, allegedly. You know. But yeah. Anyways. Anyway. Oh, did y'all see that? For me, it's like that's why I try not to like. That's why I try and get them to tell me as much as possible, so I can, you know, because sometimes they think it's like a guessing game, and tarot is not a guessing game. It's not a trick to be like, you know, I can figure this out. You know, it's like no, like as funny as that is, it's wasting time. It's wasting time and energy. Uh, you know, tell me what's going on. Tell me what's the real problem. Give me the context of this problem, and let's see how we can figure this out with some advice of the tarot. You know. I saw something from the. I don't know. I don't know, Sid. I don't know. I haven't done. I have. I'm not. I'm not doing the, you know, lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. So I don't. You know. So maybe I gotta clean my room, which I just vacuumed it the other day. Guess I didn't clean it good enough. You know. Um, you know, I've only had it once where someone wasn't really forthcoming about like, you know, like their partner, their loved one, partner, their husband or something was dead, and they didn't tell me that they were, and they kept talking like they kept talking about them like they were alive, and they thought like their spirit was still with them. And I was like, oh well, it's like, and like the cards just showed, and I was like, what did you do? You're like, so you know. So yeah, it's Beltane. It's Beltane. I don't observe that. I don't follow the wheel of the year that well. I forgot to mark it on my calendar. Sorry. Oh my gosh. No, I get very nervous with liquids near my cards. So, you know, when I have this, I have bookshelves right here, and I put them on there, and that still scares me because books are there and I don't want to get them wet anyway, as well. But yeah. I also have a black moon today. I really need to like study up on my lunar astrology and all that. It's just a cup then. But that's boring. That's boring, and that's a waste of space, Sid. But what does this mean, Lady Knight? Oh, right. Isn't that just as right? I never thought of it. I never thought of like a new moon, a second new moon being just as rare as a blue moon. That's interesting. Wait, did I really open a new water bottle when I didn't finish? Girl, you know what? I ain't gonna even fight it. Also, when it girl, she doing too much. The sky needs to chill. The star, the moon, the star, they're doing too much. Like we need a break. We need a like here, like, you know, have some water, girl. You know, I don't know. Sit down. I don't know. But yeah. But what is that? What is that though? What does this entail? Yeah, I've never heard of this, right? Sid, you and me both, Sid. We're like, what? The black moon. Black moon. But yeah, but what does it mean? What does it mean? It absolutely does. It's a liquid, right? It's clear, it's a liquid. It counts. I'm thinking, oh god, some videos. Okay, let's see. Okay, fine. I guess I'll do my own research. It means it's the second new moon in the same month. It means lunar is 28 days and months are more days. Yeah. It's interesting that we don't follow that. I don't know. No, it's more like, yeah, because we're more solar. Sorry for the yawns. It's tired. Oh my god, we've already been on for 3 hours. Of course. I thought I was gonna close it off 30 minutes ago, but here we are. No, it's all good, Lady Night. No, it's all good. Yeah, no need. No need at all. Politics. What about politics? And come back and tell you about what? Oh, about studying that. I need to learn like lunar astrology a bit more. Yeah, let's see. Think cleansing, purging, gestation. Okay, meaning dark moon is a bit of a growing pain phase. Okay, okay. Yeah, I always think it's like, right? Isn't it like when it's you know, when it's new moon going to a full moon, it's like things are growing and developing, and then when it's a full moon going to the new moon, that means that things are diminishing and dying off and closing off and ending and right and dying out. Well, they were Sid, and then Julius Augustus just said, hey, we're gonna add 2 more months named right after me. And yeah, but it doesn't explain like January, February, March, April, and May. Yeah, for new moon, attracting the good stuff. Okay, setting goals, new beginnings, birth and rebirth. Huh. Oh, okay, for new. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, isn't that? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. How interesting, right? So yeah, the dark moon is cleansing and purging and gestation. New moon is attracting the good stuff, setting goals, new beginnings. Yeah. It's like the new moon is the like empty. It's dark. It's the blank slate, clean slate in a way. It's the space that you need to make something new or to have something new there. Months of harvest are positive in the minds of the people. Oh, really? I thought like spring and summer months would be better, you know? Which actually, if you're named after August or if you're named after July, you're just named after Julius Caesar, like Julius Augustus, right? You know, but like if someone's named April or May or June, those I don't know. I don't know those types. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, harvest is summer. Harvest is summer. Harvest is autumn, isn't it? You harvest in the fall and so that you have food during the winter. I'm a spring baby. An Aries, he depends on the crop. Oh, that's true. Yeah, some crops are in season. Yeah, yeah. Like I believe oranges and citrus are like in season during the winter. Actually, I think. No, I'm probably wrong on that. But like pomegranates, they're ready to harvest in towards like autumn, end of autumn. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Absolutely. Only one person. Only one person has. Uh, only one person has ever like done anything with that, and that was again the one and only. I mentioned her before. Ooh, what was that? Just my shoe. Oh, where is she? Let's see. I have a lemon tree. I think we have an orange tree, or it's a mandarin tree. I could be wrong. Yeah, but I have this one, but this one isn't really astrologically based. But it's this one particularly. She uses real sky, and she also uses um, the she also uses Ophiuchus in this deck, right? I think that's how you pronounce the name. Right? I'm sure you have this deck, right? Lady Knight? I'm not sure who else. I have nothing better to do. But yeah, it's I yeah. But yeah, welcome back, Darcy. Which one's your favorite deck, Sid? Oh, really? She is. You know what? I think this is one of. Well, I'm not sure how like in terms of like diverse. Like I said, diverse creators over diverse representation. But in terms of representation, hey, we got Native American, Japanese, and Egyptian. And let me tell you, she doesn't whitewash the Egyptian people in this deck, which is a plus. Unlike a lot of history books here in the U.S. And this is back in the 70s, no, right? 70s? I'm not sure when this was. Let me see the copyright on here. It should say here. Oh no, 95. What? Am I mistaken? Am I confused? This is 95. Oh, it's upside down. It's an interesting deck either way. This is what she actually learned tarot making this deck. So it's interesting to see how she developed and grew as a tarot creator from her decks are channeled. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, with the the journey into Egypt, the story of Hatshepsut, that story and her history. Yeah. But no, that's actually kind of it's like partially channeled, yeah, because like she was in like she said that she like was in contact with the spirit of Hatshepsut. Oh god, I can't pronounce the name. But then like she also like found out who she was and actually did the research on her and put the information on it. Like she didn't just like spiritually channel them. She also went and she did the research that she can on these decks, especially with Journey into Egypt. you know you know You know what? She's underrated, you know? Oh yeah, like the real sky astrology tarot that she made. That was like the quickest that she made a deck. That like and that took I think a year. Come on. Come on, focus on me. Focus back on me. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. Oh yeah, that one's yeah, that's the older. The older version has borders and uh yeah, I like this size because this is the size that she I like it because it's big. You can see all the art. But this is how she likes her decks. Big giant squares, you know. Um which is why I got Journey into Egypt like this. You know, like this is what she like this is what I think she saw in like either a dream or when she like she channeled or something. The books are amazing. I haven't read the Journey the Ancestral Path Tarot, but the Journey into Egypt book is amazing. The Ma'at Tarot is amazing. Love it. Love it. And again, like you can see that her stuff is like again, here it's the astrological correspondences are different from like, you know, Seven of Wands in Golden Dawn and the Rider-Waite Smith. Um the Seven of Wands in that deck is associated to, I believe, Mars and Leo. I think the second decan, I think, of Leo, the second, third 10 degrees of Leo, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But here she gives it the third 10 days of the full moon cycle in Libra. Very different. Very different. Yeah, like the Three of Coins is given the second 10 days of the full moon cycle of Leo. So yeah, and if you want a really good, fun, little lighthearted, cute, comedic like history lesson on Hatshepsut, if again I'm butchering the name, uh, but what is it? Is it puppet history? Yeah, puppet history. Um, amazing, 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 amazing. It's funny. It's cute. Uh, great guests. Here it is. And an amazing amazing music, truly iconic. Let me share this here. Okay, I'm missing a bunch in chat, sorry. I'm catching up. Who we're talking about Julie Kuchia Watts now because Lady Knight mentioned like, oh, you know, traditional astrology uh versus real sky astrology or like Western astrology. I can't I don't know the correct terms. I'm like, oh, Julie Kuchia Watts is the only one that does anything different with this astrological correspondences in the tarot. Uh, you know, maybe Tarot of the Holy Light as well, but that still is also very it's not as different as Kuchia Watts, you know. Um so yeah. I have small hands. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But she has yeah, real sky astrology is essentially like real sky astrology is taking into consideration the shifting of each of the signs, which, you know, if we weren't sticking to a calculation of what, you know, the signs are based on time or whatever, we're going to get very confusing. It's very hard to explain. Well, not really, but point is that, you know, right now most traditional astrology people will say we are in the sign of Taurus. It's Taurus season. Not quite. With the shifting of everything, I think we're shifted forward. So I think we're not in Taurus. We're actually in Gemini, right? Right? Is it Gemini? Yes, it's Gemini. In real sky astrology, if you were to look at everything, if you were to actually look at the sky right now and how an astrologer back then, before telescopes and all that, were to look at like what the stars were and what was going on, they'd say, "Oh yeah, it's the sun in Gemini right now." You know, let's see. Let's see. In Western astrology, I'm a Cancer, but according to Sky, I was born in Gemini. Switching signs isn't. Is it forward or backwards? I can't remember how it is. uh, so yeah. No, it's what, right? I'm not sure. Let's see. I have Gemini rising, and have found that I act like a Gemini. I haven't really gotten into full Aries yet. I mean, I'm in Aries. I can tell that I can be impulsive at times. I can be very immature, but sometimes I'm not. I find that I find the Saturn in Aries kind of my Saturn in Aries kind of limits that. I think I where I'm not as outgoing as I should be. If I was a full on Aries, I would not be as I would say socially stunted as I am right as I am. Yeah, yeah, they're not up to date. Yeah, it's not only it's like everything expanding, but also like the wobble, the shift, the how we're, things are changing. Yeah. Um yeah, honestly, I'm just like it's a lot of moving parts, but I try and keep it simple, signs, planets, and that's it. Signs, planets, rising. Okay, there we go, and that's it. Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. Uh Julie Kutcher Watts kind of goes into all of that in her Journey into Egypt deck, which you can get the book in the app on your phone. But I kind of want to get the physical copy. But it's a really good book. Oh yeah, and the signs are not the same. Yeah, Virgo and Pisces are the largest and longest signs. Scorpio and Ophiuchus the shortest. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, people just give it that simple 10 degrees, but also because we're also moving in an ellipses, and how things look, it does mean that like the sun would move at a different pace through Virgo or Pisces. Yeah. um how would I best read up on sky again? The Journey into Egypt guidebook is a good start. She explains it pretty well. I'm pretty sure there's more on that, but I'm not sure where. uh but this is what I got, and I got a good understanding of it. um yes, it's Fool's Dog. It's like, I think it's like $4, maybe $5, for the app, but it's worth it, honestly. Oh yeah, Ma'at is a great deck too. Yeah, here. Girl, I tell you, I have all of them. When I say I'm a stan. Look at these decks get the Baba Studio bags. This is my Ma'at tarot. Look at the gold. Look at the gold. Yes. I mean, look at this. I mean, who would depict a Four of Wands like that? Never do they choose a wintry scene for the Four of Wands. And then the Prince of Wands as a baby in the crypt, she always chooses this depiction for the Prince of Wands. It's always fascinating to me that this is like. Oh, Three of Swords. Oh. Sorry, and that's this is yeah, here. I'm not sure if they're still available. Right? I'm like a Pisces, right? I think I move back. It's either you move back or you move forward. I can't remember. But yeah, I think I am a Pisces in real sky. It's one sign. It's you just move the signs off, right? No, because again, like you said, Virgo and Pisces are bigger. That probably changes things. Yeah, yeah, you move back. Yeah, want to see it so I can make it. Yeah, here. I don't know if I can show you well enough. So here's the back. I'm not sure. I don't know I can't remember where exactly they said this fabric is from, but it's vintage. Again, you don't really see fabrics like this anymore. But I don't want to change. You'll find that it doesn't matter because that it doesn't matter because you have all the signs in your chart, you know? It's like so it's all influences you and you all have those 12 aspects, well 13 even with Ophiuchus in there if you want to include that. All in there. Every person has that. So really it's like again, the Piscesness is I think Pisces and Aries are like the babies of astrology. So even though like Pisces are like are considered the last sign and the old souls of it, in a way, old people are like children too. And like again, there's like an immaturity to it. Look at this King of Swords. A little dark. Oh, it actually looks better in camera than in real life, but I like him. True, but Sid, but you have your planet, you have your signs and houses as well. So even though there's signs that don't have anything going on in them with planets, they also are in different houses. Like my Leo, it's empty, but there's no sign, there's no planets in it. Or my Aquarius is empty. I can't remember. Both probably are, but they have no. I think Uranus is in Aquarius for me. Anyways, drinking and typing mistakes will happen. Let's see. Does anyone have a tarot deck that has the meanings both upright and reverse on it? I think I'm trying to think of what decks that could be. Atea does that, but those are in French. But Benabal Wen is working on that on an English, on a modern rendition of the Atea, and probably a translation of his book. So but you know, yeah, the midheaven and the no the medium and the top and the highest part of the sky, and then like the deepest or everything that's under the horizon line. Yeah, not at all 90 degrees apart. Yeah, the other two are not at all. Oh yeah. 5 cent tarot. There we go. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. Everyone else is on it. They caught me lagging. Deck of the Bastard. Yeah, y'all caught me lagging. Yeah. Look at this bag that I put my Real Sky Astrology deck. It's blue and it's like blue, so I said let's do the blue. And the green on the inside. Just it's like a golden green. I love it. Baba Studios knows what they're doing. Deck bag creators, take notes. Take notes. Okay, but back to this. This is she went out there with this one. I don't know. She has a workbook for it. I just want a guidebook. Like I'm like, girl, explain yourself. So this one she didn't go traditional, just normal paintings on these. She did also their collage, their digital collage from old paintings that she had, and also some imagery from Journey into Egypt. So I guess in a way it could work with Journey into Egypt. This is probably a deck that could be a tarot deck that could be worked with another tarot deck. You know, yes, this is the Real Sky Astrology here. Moon in Gemini, Child of Air, Neptune conjunction for the Ten of Wands. Death is given to Taurus, or Taurus is given to death. Mars is to the Emperor, which makes sense, honestly. But the depiction is very interesting here. And the last quarter moon for the Four of Swords. So this is the Real Sky Astrology Tarot. It's just called, yeah, the Real Sky Astrology Tarot. I think you can get it on Printer Studio, is where she has all her decks available now. I'm not sure if you can get it on full size. Like, I'm not sure if there's a mini version as well, because these decks are pretty big. Like, let me find a normal. Yeah, here's the standard tarot. Standard tarot. That's her card. Yeah, like here, like this is obviously from the Ma'at tarot, but she just added some more stuff to it. She added like Venus, the movement of Venus on there. But yeah, why do I still have that? Why do I still have that up? But yeah, what's going on here? What's that? Which one? The red one? I already showed her that many times. Oh yeah, she is. Oh, this is her most recent one. She's also working on an oracle. Yeah, so you can get again the version of the Journey into Egypt that I have. Shows in the blue one. Yeah, I have. I think I did. Or no? Did I not? I was asleep for like 2 years. maybe just 2 hours of the live stream. It's all good. Oh, the one I bought on eBay. Oh yeah, here. This one, the indigo one. This one I got on eBay. There's another one I think I got on eBay. Oh yeah, this one that I have my. This one I also got on eBay for my Terra Avatara. And then this one. These are the only ones I got on eBay. But yeah, but anyways, as I was saying, this exact version of the Journey into Egypt, it's the square one, you know? And this is, I think it's still available on her shop. I think she only has very few left, but the Printer Studio version is more available, but it is different dimensions. It's more, the Printer Studio ones um is the Printer Studio ones is more rectangular. This is more square, much more like, you know, the ancestral path. So yeah. I wish I could get a Vava Studio deck for this one, but it's so square, it's so wide, it doesn't fit the bags. No, I'm shopping. Sorry, that's what happens with these live streams and, you know, people talking about different decks. It happens. It happens. Sorry. Oh wait, what? Why is this here? Wait a minute. Did I shuffle this wrong? Am I missing a card? Where is she? Oh, that's not right. What's going on here? What's happening? What did I do? This isn't right. What's going on? You're not sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not. Not for these decks, because these decks are crazy. These decks are, again, they're doing something different. They're innovative to the tarot world. Here it is. Jesus. Shuffled it. In terms of correspondence, at least. But yeah, you mentioned something. No, I really am sorry. It's a thing. It's a thing. You mentioned something, Lady Knight. Here, I wonder why the Golden Dawn went in order with the astrological associations on the cards, rather than match them with fitting constellations and signs. Expand on this, Lady Knight. What do you mean? Rather than them fitting with fitting constellations and signs. This is something that I mean, that I've noticed. I'm like, what do you mean constellations and signs? Is there actually a difference? Because I always thought like, no, the constellations and the signs are the same. Like the constellation of Aries is a ram. No, yeah, like this one, this specific version with this one that's signed and numbered. This is $99. This was not cheap. Like, no, but I wanted to directly support her, and and yeah, and yeah. But again, she and these, and this is like independent. You know, she did it herself. Like, you know, which I'm like, back then when this came out, Kickstarter wasn't what it was today, and I'm pretty sure if she put this on Kickstarter, I'm pretty sure she'd do a killing. You know. But yeah. But this one, I wish she had, like I said, workbook for the Real Sky Astrology Tarot, but no guidebook, which I kind of want a guidebook. But yeah. Different associations, or the Ansata Tarot, for example. Let's see. Well, they take the cards in order, and like Julie's decks are with different associations, or the Ansata Tarot. I know the Ansata Tarot, but what's different about the Ansata Tarot? Let me see. Let me see. Are the correspondences different on that one too, then? Images. All right, let me see here. Strength to Leo. Oh, the Magician gets the Sun. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Judgment gets Pisces, right? Temperance gets Aquarius. Scorpio gets Death. Let's see what else. Come on, give me something good. Sagittarius to what is that? Temperance. I'm trying to see. This is poor quality, poor image quality. Yeah, Cancer to the Moon. Okay. Neptune to the Hermit. Huh. The Sun gets Gemini. Yeah. The book Tarot Meditations gives Gemini to the Sun. He mentions that. Okay, so Emperor Aries, Hierophant Taurus, Lovers Gemini, and so on. Moon being Cancer instead of Pisces. Yeah, I kind of like Pisces for the moon. I kind of like got into like liking it, but Cancer, yeah. But or just maybe just make the moon the moon. could could I say something, very can I say something very controversial but brave? Let's just make the moon, right? The World of Visions. What's that one? I don't know her. I ain't never heard of her. Um, the moon being Cancer instead of Pisces. Yeah, that's that. It should just be the moon. Yeah, but on the other side of that coin, the moon isn't supposed to be rational or make sense. So, that would be too rational of a correspondence for the moon. So, just my critique, just the thought. Yeah, I feel like the Chariot should be I think yeah, I don't know. I think the Chariot might be more planetary. I don't know. Yeah, but anyways, I think I know what you're asking. I think I know what you're asking. What was it? Let me find it back up here. Yeah, here we go. Why the Golden Dawn went in order with the astrological associations on the cards, rather than match them with fitting constellations and signs. Tarot of the Holy Light, I think, talks about this. I'm going to try my best to explain this. So it's all to do with the Hebrew letters, okay? And Golden Dawn does this as well, like you said, keeps it in order. So if you look at the Tree of Life, the diagrams of the angular paths and all that, they literally just go left to right to center, top to bottom, and they go with the alphabet. A at the top, Aleph, the first letter at the very top, first one, and then go B, and then next down, 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 down. And then they do the same with what they think is, the best for those elemental correspondences. So Aleph gets air, air goes to the first path. The Fool to them is 0, is the first letter, goes to the first at the top, and then everything descends down into the last card. When it comes to, and it's more Kabbalah. They tried to make it simple, but honestly, it kind of makes things a little convoluted. Funny enough, this kind of goes back to what Tarot of the Holy Light does, and also does what the Sefer Yetzirah does with the letters in the path. It'd be easier to show with a diagram than it is to explain it by words. But point is Hebrew letter order with the planetary order and what planet, elemental, planetary, or astrological letter comes in that order. So yeah. It is like an actual guidebook, like not a workbook. I should just get the workbook too. The workbook would probably help a little more. But I should look into that. Yeah. But that's why the Golden Dawn does it like that. That's why the Emperor has Aries, because the Emperor is the letter He, and the letter He is associated with Aries, because that's where it's on the path of the Tree of Life, descending order with the number, and that's why. The same with, again, the Hierophant. But if you were to switch things up, and when you start switching things back to how the Sefer Yetzirah has it, you'll see that the three horizontal paths are the three elemental paths. So that's Aleph, Mem, and Shin. Those are to the Fool, the Hanged Man, and Judgment. Air, water, fire. Or no. Yeah. but not in that. I say Aleph, and Shin, like that's the descending order. That's not really the case. I think Shin goes at the top, and then it goes Aleph in the middle, and then Mem is at the bottom. Is the lowest horizontal path. And so all the angled paths are the astrological ones, and then all the vertical uh, paths are the planetary. And so and then you layer on the cards in a way with that. I'll make a video on it or something when I get to it, because it's, again, you need diagrams and pictures. I guess my question is more about which one would make more sense, going in order or matching it with fitting signs and planets. I think the Golden Dawn did it just simply in order, just kept everything like it starts here, goes down to the bottom here, like that, you know, just as a starting off point. Because one of the things that they said is to kind of you start making your own tarot deck and your own tree of life. I think that's one of the things that they said, or what they teach, because then eventually I think Crowley made his own thing, and then the point is to do your own thing, really, with it, to see what works best for you and what works better for you. So I would say, yeah, it's good to know what the Golden Dawn was saying, and understanding what they were doing with those correspondences, but really what works best for you is what you should be doing. So if you think the moon should go onto the moon, do that. If you think Gemini should go onto the sun, go ahead, because it's supposed to click, it's supposed to make sense, and it's supposed to work for you. But so far, I think the correspondences match up pretty well so far. One of the things and that's one of the things that I'm doing with the Marielle. She's not very clear with the correspondences on that. She does give you letters on most of the cards, but she doesn't say what correspondences to those letters on the major arcana. So I'm still struggling with what she thinks the Emperor, and I think Judgment, and I don't know which, there's a few cards that I'm like, it's either like Mars and Jupiter, and there's one more planet, I think the sun. She's not very clear as to what she thinks is is the correct correspondence, but that's kind of the point. That's not the goal that she was having with the Marielle. She wasn't wanting to have a set solid correspondence system in there, but my brain is like, you need to have it, we got to do it. Hopefully I get to it. I think I'm again, I go back and forth between whether making the Emperor Mars or the Emperor Jupiter. They both fit, in one way or another. No, I think I'm putting Mars for strength, I think, and having Jupiter for the Emperor, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's yeah, you can make your own correspondence. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah. Marielle is one of those. None have come close to it. Many have tried, or many think that it can be, but that some decks are, but it's just no, they just don't. They really can't. I mean, honestly, truly, honestly. Girl, there is. The BOTA is still running. The Builders of the Aditum. They do a few changes, but for the most part, they keep the core of like the Golden Dawn teachings the same. Naha 90, like what's her name? Oh my gosh, it's like the 99 teachings or something, or 22 teachings. I'm not sure. She has a class. She has an actual thing, and she does all that with the Kabbalistic correspondences and the tarot as well. She does that, yeah. And then again, Tarot of the Holy Light also goes into that and does like the changes and the switches and goes into all of that as well. I struggle with finding a clear path of where to start with learning and how to structure everything. Yeah, it's yeah, those are the ones that I can recommend, I think. Because again, BOTA, Paul Foster Case, is a great starting point, I think, for understanding what that is. There's also books that are very, like, a lot of books derivative of that system, like this book right here, Tarot Awareness: Exploring the Spiritual Path, Correspondences, Meditations, and Guided Visualizations by Stephen Walter Sterling. I think Tarot of the Spirit, she has her own, the creators there had their own mystery school for that as well. That's what they do, but I haven't taken any of those classes or courses or joined any of those things, so let's see. Well, the number 5 is viewed as negative to her, so I think it's supposed to be kind of negative. It's spirit trapped in matter, and that's, the point is to, like, kind of not trap it in matter, but to, you know blend it with matter, and then also to liberate it from matter in a way. Well, not liberate it again, yeah, to blend it with matter and to coexist with matter, to make matter holy in a way. um but that's why the Hierophant 5 bad, not really, but kind of like tricky like that. Even though those kind of hints at like a negative take on the Hierophant. Oh yeah, love the matte version, but I hate the changes. The matte version needs to be the matte, like the Star Tarot Second Edition, and it needs to be the size of the Star Tarot Second Edition as well. And again, I go back and forth as to whether I like or hate the changes. I love the High Priestess, even though it is very Rider-Waite Smithy. I think it's still pretty cool. Which I honestly just I think Mary White should just do another tarot deck. I want to see what even though, like, when you go to the top, like, it's like, yeah, you peak, but so what if you make something that's not as impressive or more impressive than the Marielle? Like, so what? um Both. No, I rarely read them. I'll be honest. Here's the tea. But I'm going through them. What I do is I get a card. Like right now, I'm still going through the High Priestess. I'm almost done with it. Wait, am I done with it? No, I'm not done with it. I have a few books to go through. And so I'm going through that and going through all the books through that. So it can be pretty repetitive. So that's why I'm like whittling out any books that are like, I'm like, okay, yeah, been there, done that. Tend to get a different book instead. For again, that big tarot project that I'm working on. So yeah. Yeah, it trapped in a way. Also think of it like the 5 wounds of Christ, if you want to get into that. Also think of 5 as the 5th Sephiroth, and the 5th Sephiroth is Gavura, which is the Rachel Pollack mentions this. I'm not sure if she quotes someone else as this, but Gavura is like the grindstone. It's like the sandpaper that like softens and smooths things out, but it's still rough and very hard and harsh. But it teaches you, it's the hard lessons in life. And so when you look at the Hierophant, it's teaching you those hard lessons in life that you kind of don't want to learn, but it's teaching you that you should follow these rules in a way. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. I can. Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started, Sid. Don't get me started. um, yeah, I plead the 5th. Has anyone ever looked into the numerical correspondences with like the amendments like that? Yeah. Hopefully before I die. I I want to, though. That's the goal. It's like, what's the point of getting all this without sharing it and teaching it? The point of it is, like, again, to kind of put it into layman's terms and make it approachable and applicable to readings and meditations in a way, and for the everyday person. So yeah. I agree with that, but raised Catholic, so I just knee jerk. Yeah, I haven't been able to stop that yet. Yeah, there's a few other ways. You can look at it as I'm not sure. The best example I think of is the five wounds of Christ, but I think maybe Osiris being dismantled, I guess, being cut apart. Oh, that's true. As long as you're alive, you're learning, and all teachers must know that. Oh my gosh, it's 2. Well, go to bed, Darcy. It's 11. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock here. I want to get to sleep. So yeah. Oh no, oh no, the nap, the nap messed up her sleep schedule. But yeah, Lady Night. Again, this one for the BOTA tarot is a great one. There's also is quite a few that I've been going through. What else? Oh, there's other ones here. Here's another one. This is actually kind of neat. But it's quite a bit of reading. Not as direct as that one, but it's the same stuff. Living the Kabbalistic Tarot by Amber Jayanti. For those correspondences as well. Oh, oh, that's right. It's morning too. Yeah. So you lulled me to sleep earlier. Sorry. Was it the ASMR? Was I giving you ASMR lulling to sleep? No, I'm joking. No. Where did the time go? Talking about drama. Oh my god, we're already gonna go. We're gonna hit the 4 hour mark. No. Yeah, we're gonna go to bed. We're going to bed. But I want to keep showing what books I'm using, but no. Yeah. Start shuffling those cards. No, that's for my Patreon. But yeah, wait, you haven't looked into the Kabbalah, girl? I'm sorry, it's just there. I will. Which honestly is just gonna be me showing my whole library and be like, this is what I recommend, because that's what I learned with. You know. Which again, there is such a thing as like too many books, because again, unless you're doing what I'm doing, aka starting with a card, going through each and every book. Like I start with, again, I go to like the historical books. Like I go to like Yoav Ben Dov, and not the historical books like that. I go to Helen Farley, and then I go to like, I think I take a gander at like Robert Place, and then I go to the Marseille with Yoav Ben Dov and Jodorowsky, and see how they read the Marseille. And then what else? I go through it, and then I go to the Rider-Waite-Smith. I look at the BOTA, and then the Thoth after that. And so I go to Crowley Duquette Kat's book on the Thoth tarot, and then Mel Meline, and then I go to the Golden Dawn stuff. So like Shira Tarot, it's a whole thing. Oh yeah, no, it's the dedicated time. It's hard to find. Like, yeah. Oh yes, that's one of the decks that I go like with Ashira Tarot of the Spirit, and I think the Star Tarot. Like, those are all that I'm looking at. Uh, let's see. Oh, Robert Wang's. Yeah, Book T is a little PDF you can get. It's it's the little white book, literally, for the Golden Dawn. Um, yeah, again, what was I gonna show? Right, Tarot of the Spirit. Where did I put it? Where is she? Where's her bag? Is that it? No, that's not it. Where did I put it? This is the problem with having so many bags. You can't tell which is which. Is this it? No, that's not it. Where did I put it? Do I not have it with me? Did I put it somewhere where it shouldn't be? Why would I put it somewhere where it shouldn't be? Maybe I'm just not looking at it right. Did I lose a deck? I lost a deck. Where is she? No, it's right here. Yeah, here it is. Oh my gosh. I'm just not used to looking at it at this end. I'm used to seeing it as this. But yeah. Let's see. I bought a Kabbalah learning deck to help me. Which one, Darcy? Which one did you check out? Because there's actually quite a few. There's actually quite a few books on Kabbalah that and all that that I would recommend. Chicken Kabbalah is a great start by Duquette. But I also recommend you take a gander at the Sefer Yetzirah. But yeah. Oh yeah, the Robert Wayne. Okay, I haven't read that one. There's another book that I think you'll appreciate, Lady Night. Where is it? Where'd I put it? Where'd she go? Where's she at? Is it in my backpack again? Is it also in my backpack? It's probably in my backpack. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is it. Magical Tarot of the Golden Dawn, Divination, Meditation, and High Magical Teachings by Pat Zalewski and Chris Zalewski, which is, again, the Golden Dawn book. Just, yeah, like here's Temperance. I forget what it's called. There's a series of learning. Oh, well, if you figure it out, if you remember what it's called, let me know. How thick is that book? This book right here, it's not too thick, but it is big. Like here's what the words look like. You know, it's over 300 pages, I'm sure. Let me see. Oh yeah, I think it's just under 500 pages. Oh yeah, it's just under 500 pages. Oh, Lady Night. Wait, Lady Night. Do you want to work with me? Do you want to study with me? I'm still like working through. Yeah, here. Girl, now we're getting into it, girl. Because Regardi, as fundamental as Regardi is, he is kind of like in the same line as Crowley in terms of like easy as readability. He's a little bit his writing is a bit out there, but yeah, I want to read, yeah. But yeah, let's get in touch. Let's have some FaceTime moments, Lady Night. Tell me where you're at, because also I also recommend this. Paths of Wisdom, Kabbalah in the Golden Dawn by John Michael Greer. This is like he's putting it in plain English. The books are coming out. Which books? I've seen other several readers use it, and the imagery just speaks to me. Which deck, Sid? Oh, for that. Yeah. I'm looking at the Hermetic Tarot Robert Wang deck. Yeah, I want to get the Robert Wang deck. Oh, maybe I can get. US Games is having a sale right now. I'm not sure how much the percentages, but yeah, they're having a sale, and I want to get their like this neo colonial tarot. I think is what it's called. I can't remember, but it's a really interesting deck. Um, uh, but yeah, oh yeah, the books are coming out. Oh yeah, my book. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, listen. You want to do tarot and Kabbalah? Listen, Tarot and the Tree of Life, okay, by Isabel Radow Kliegman. The Chicken Kabbalah by Lon Milo Duquette. Great introduction. And The Kabbalah Tree by Rachel Pollack. A Journey of Balance and Growth. This was my introduction, and this, great. Love it. Yeah, US Games is having a sale right now until the 1st of May. Let me find it. But yeah, they have the Golden Dawn deck. But anyways, yeah, Hermetic Tarot, I got that. Yeah, the Magical Golden Dawn. Yeah, the Initiary Golden Dawn deck by Los Carave. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. I heard Kabbalah Tree. It's Kabbalah Tree. No, it's Kabbalah Tree. But that honestly, that's what it should be called. It's all Kabbalah Tree to me. Yeah, the Kabbalah Tree, the audacity, the Kabbalah Tree, the poetry, the what else? I don't know what else to say. But yeah, yeah, I would. Yeah, it's there's a few other ones. There's like the oh my gosh, what is it? The new Golden Dawn Temple Tarot or something like that. The Golden Dawn Temple Tarot, something like that. That's another one that has like, it's focused more on the colors. Let me see. Enunciate. I'm sorry, I'm terrible, but I talk fast. Let me see. Let me find it. I think that's what it's called. Oh, there's that one. No, it's this one. Yeah, this one. Right? Is this it? Yes, this is it. Images aren't as pretty as they should be, but I want to go. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Oh, what's this? Golden Dawn Temple Tarot deck and 80 card deck. Okay. Oh, this is the new version. What's different about it? I guess that's the only version that's available. But yeah, let me share that here. Oh yeah. They're different, but they're actually. And here's this one right here. And also Mel Meline. I'm sure you've seen. I'm sure you heard of Mel Meline's decks about the Thoth one. But this deck right here, this link, that's another Golden Dawn deck. Which, like I said, the imagery isn't the most pretty, but I mean, that's something that you should expect when it comes to Golden Dawn tarots. Oh, let me check. Also, Tarot of the Golden Serpent is another one, but yeah. But anyways, I'm getting way too ahead of myself, and I'm encouraging too much buying. Oh, also this deck as well. Oh yes, let me know. Let me know when you can. Yes. Yes, because again, it's like I want to go through all that, but it's like it takes a while, you know. It's like I have the cards and I studying the imagery of the cards, and then also the paths and the correspondences to that, and the astrological aspect of it as well is a whole separate thing that you got to look into. It's like so much. It's so much. But let's see, maybe we can figure something out lady night. So yeah. Uh anyways, yeah, it's been okay, 4 hours. I think we've I think we've done enough. Yeah. Uh enough books, enough things. It's yeah. You're such a technician. I just have a lot of free time in my hands. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Yeah, happy Friday. Yeah, well, for the last 30 or so minutes. Yeah, yeah. No problem. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. Sorry for the long one. This again, we kind of stayed on topic for the most part. I'll see how long I leave this one up. We'll see. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. Uh I should timestamp these. Like there's a way that you can go on YouTube and like section off, but I don't have the time for that. I'm too lazy to do it, you know. But yeah, um, yeah, no, you have to stay up with me. No, I will not. No, I'm unlike you. I don't. This is why I don't take naps in the afternoon, because then I'll be up at like 5 a.m., going to bed at 5 a.m. and waking up at 8. And yeah, no. So yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all. Uh, what is it? You don't have time, or are you too lazy? It's both. I have all the time, but I scroll through Instagram. That's why I've been going live before I go to bed, because it's like, okay, instead of just scrolling through social media, I should just do this. I should be, and also get that YouTube revenue. Hello, the YouTube, whatever little chump change that I get from it, something. Anyways, no, you're trying to keep me on. That's what y'all doing. Okay, for real. Goodbye, everyone. Like, comment, share, subscribe, ring the notification bell. And you have time. I have ADHD. That's what it is. Well, I think. Okay. Bye, everyone. Okay, for real. Yeah. Goodbye. Bye. Bye.